don't need to break anything else, though, D'Anthony.
Okay.
We need, like, advancement brackets.
Check.
Ready to go, aren't you? Nervous? Have fun. Pretend like it's the river. Just have fun. Be aggressive on your turns. Yeah. Aggressive. Have fun. And turn all the way. Turn all the way before you start going.
Check one. Check one.
Check.
Check one.
Do you know if there's brackets written out? Anthony, do you know if there's brackets written?
Check
How
one,
many
check
rounds
one.
the women have? Okay.
Check one. Check one. Check one. Check. Okay, Paul, can you give me a sound check?
Welcome to Paris. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's the 10th year of the Nautic paddle. Second year of APP.
Okay, it's back in Paris.
Yes. But this was the 10th year that they've done this the Nautic paddle, which is the thing we do tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah. 1,000 racers.
So Nautic,
Yes.
that's a brand?
Yes, they call it the Nautic paddle.
Right. But this is the
Teak.
right.
Yeah.
Is that the same Nautique?
So, yeah, kind of.
It's
all
like
kind of
Nautique
together.
is like that, a brand, but Nautique is French for like
Nautical.
right? Exactly.
But
tomorrow's thing is that.
they call it the Nautic paddle.
Right.
Yeah. So it's the second year in a row that
Yep.
the Paris Sup Open has been a part of the Nautic paddle, I guess you could say.
Right.
And it's their 10th year doing that.
Right.
And then here we're at the, what is this called?
This is called the Paris Convention Center.
But is this the Nautic Boat Show?
Yeah, this is called the Nautique Salon Nautique. Which is super
Nautic's
super
a
catchy.
little bit of repeatingly repetitive. There we go. Good thing I told you guys we didn't have a monitor, huh? We're good. Hey, hey. Did you say to talk or
No,
don't talk?
don't talk for a second. Don't talk.
Okay.
Check one. Check one.
Ah, Danny, mate.
Yes.
Madame.
Thank you. Monsieur?
talking?
Hello,
Check, check,
testing.
check.
Testing,
1,
testing.
2, 3, 4.
Check one, check one.
Check, 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 check.
Check, check, two, check two. Check 9. Just for fun.
Check one, check one.
There's a fly in my soup. My baguette's got attitude. And I still have.
Katarina.
Orgaitis.
Huh?
How do you say,
Lena, Canada.
how do you say her second name?
Agaitis.
Agaitis. Katerina Stenta.
Lena Agaitis.
Angela.
Check one, check.
Check, check, check.
Hey, Tanya is from Germany? Germany.
Four, three, go for it.
The APP World Tour welcomes you to the French capital for the Paris Sub Open. Last stop on tour this year. We will be deciding world champions over this weekend. here in the beautiful city of Paris. Paul Evans in for the call alongside Candice Appleby. Welcome, bienvenue, as we say in France.
Thank you.
How are you feeling about the season all coming to a crescendo here in Paris?
I am excited to see what's going to happen in the pool and on the river tomorrow. We've got all the top athletes in the world, lots of titles being fought for in the overall rankings and in the sprints and in the distance. So it's going to be a lot of great action this weekend here in Paris, and I'm happy to be here alongside you, Paul.
So December here in Paris, chilly outside. We're inside today. We're here at the Paris Convention Centre. It's the French boat show, effectively the Salon Nautique, and we are going to be seeing the sprints go down today. So in the pool behind us right here, what can we look forward to today in terms of sprinting? We're going to obviously get a champion from today, and then obviously on the river tomorrow, but a bit of a contrast in those two formats, all about the speed and the power today.
Yeah, speed, power. The turns are going to be fairly tricky today in this pool course. And the course itself, just to go over it with you folks, for you folks back at home, athletes are going to start in the middle of the pool, facing opposite directions. And they each have their own lane. So you have to stay, the paddler in the red jersey has to stay on one side of the pool. The paddler in the yellow jersey stays on the other side of the pool. Racers ready, go, hop to your feet. And each paddler is going to do a left turn, turn around one of the arches, a right turn, a left turn, a right turn.
All
and here we are. We have our first paddler, Gianisa Vecco from Peru. Gianisa appears to be in a heat by herself right now. Amandine Chazot from France is not here this morning. Up, just going down on that turn. The turns are really, really tricky. Really tight corners to make that turn. They're going to do an outside turn, a left, then she's going to go down the pool. She's going to do a right turn from the outside to the inside. Paddling her Infinity Blackfish, coming here all the way from Peru. Here she is stepping back, making her turn, stabilizing. Whoa, almost coming unstuck there, but what a great recovery, Janisa. Going to fight her way down the end of the pool. So that was her first right turn. She's going to do another left, another right, and then finish in the middle of the pool. Now, these heats are one-on-one, so woman-on-woman heats for this first round. And obviously first place advancing into the second round, and then I believe there is going to be a second chance round as well.
So making a better job there on that third turn. So just one more turn from her. She will finish in the middle. And if you're wondering why there's only one athlete in this heat, well, we've got a no-show from Amandine Chazot, the French woman. So we will just give Janisa the opportunity here just to test out those turns, warm up.
Yeah, just nice warm up. Get a chance to feel out the course. In our next heat, we are going to have Stephanie Scheidler coming up from New York City, coming up against Suzak Molinero from Spain. Both having come just from the ISA World Championships in El Salvador. So both of these women are dealing with about a 40 to 50 degree temperature change. That's in Fahrenheit. So in Celsius, I'm not sure what that's going to be. What is about 90 degrees? It was 90 degrees in El Salvador, so
in the 30s, basically,
yeah.
in Celsius.
So about 30 degree temperature change.
All right, let's have a look at our next heat. And that is Stephanie Scheidler taking on Suzak Molinero. Let's think about some of these kind of scenarios for the world title this year. Some of the outstanding performances through the year as well. So what are we looking at in terms of a title race? We've got some number crunching to do.
Yeah, we do. Right now it's a pretty tight battle between Seychelle Webster and April Zilg, both coming in at the opposite ends of the draw for these sprint races. And both have a couple firsts under their belt, and they're going to be throwing away their lowest sprint race and distance race. So a lot happening today. So here we go. We have our women lining up. There is a line on the bottom of the pool here, as well as a line on the top and a camera right down the center of the pool. So these women are trying to keep their feet warm. You're going to sit into position and then quickly hop to their feet.
So sitting start.
Sitting start.
And basically a bit like coming out the blocks in any kind of sprint, right? Getting a good start is so important.
Getting in a good start is very important, and just getting to your feet quickly from this position can be kind of challenging. So that's that in such a short race, that is an element of the race in itself. So you can see Suzak here using her feet, kind of egg beatering under the water to keep herself in position, the nose of her board right behind that imaginary, well, not imaginary, that red line in the bottom of the pool.
You can see Anthony
Baylor,
Baylor, our race director
telling
there.
her to scoot back. He's really great at implementing all the rules. She's like, my feet are freezing. Can we start this thing already? But he is, there we go, straight to her feet. Suzak, a great
Actually, Ines got
sprinter.
slightly better at that start there, just from that shot. Looked like she kind of got out a little bit quick. I'll be interested to see.
Yeah, she has a very high cadence. Here we have Stephanie doing taking her first left turn. Nice, keeping herself steady, working her way into her stroke. These turns are very important. So it looks like Suzak already crossed the center line of the pool, so we can tell that she is in the lead as Stephanie makes her way. Okay, now we have Suzak coming in on her second turn. And now Stephanie doing her second turn. So Suzak is clearly in the lead a little bit here, but there's still 2 more turns to go. Anything can happen. You have really tight quarters here, so if anybody hits an edge and falls off or has a slight bobble, it can really make the difference.
I heard you mention just in the warm-up to one of our athletes, a bit aggressive was a tip for you in the turn. Just explain a little bit what that means exactly.
Yes, I was talking to last year's world champion, Shea Foudy, before the heat, and she was looking really loose and comfortable in her warm-up, and I said, stay aggressive, just keep doing what you're doing. You know, these women are working with nerves. It's the first heat of the day. So here we go. Here's Suzak. Each woman has 1 more turn, and they will finish in the center. So noses across that imaginary red line, finishing in the center of the pool. Here's Suzak getting a little hung up on that turn. It could cost her, but we'll see what happens. And right now these women are going to work as hard as they can to get back across the pool, and they have to stay on their side of the pool. So if they cross over and get in the way of the other paddler, and it looks like Suzak is going to take out that first heat against
Looked like
New York's
Suzak got that
Stephanie
about half a
Scheidler.
board length. She was almost maybe like a board ahead at the last change. She lost a
Yeah.
bit of time on that last time. It did well to recover.
It's really important when you're coming out of the turn to complete your turn to where your nose is pointed the direction you want to go before you start paddling. Because if your turn isn't complete and you start paddling, you're actually going to be paddling in the wrong direction with speed.
That is our Frenchwoman Fanny Tissier coming up against Yuka Sato in our next heat. So we're just going to keep rolling on through these heats. Let's have a look at the recap here. You see the start there, much stronger from Suzak.
So Stephanie with a little bit longer, powerful stroke. Suzak with a quicker, faster cadence, really getting aggressive on that first turn. And yep, you're about right. That was about 3/4 of a board length ahead in that first heat. All right, here we have our second full heat of women. We have, this is our third heat. Yuka Sato and Fanny Tessier.
So they're coming thick and fast here. The deep talent pool and talent from all over the world, making it a cosmopolitan field. Local hope, Fanny Tissier of France, taking on Yuka Sato. So the red singlet, that's usually the highest seed, so a little bit of extra confidence coming in the red singlet. It's not about what color you're in though, is it? It's all about going fast.
Yep, it's all about going fast, and Yuka knows how to do that. She's an excellent paddler. She did really well here last year, taking out the distance race last year in the Paris Sup Open. Really strong paddler. Paddles a lot of whitewater as well. She's really good at the river stuff. So last year she picked a really great spot on the river and was out ahead of everyone. Nobody caught her, and she won that race from woe to go. And here we go, getting to her feet quickly. Little bobble, getting her hand on the top of her paddle, but paddling really fast on that Sonova 2-piece 14-foot race board. Here she is negotiating this first turn. It's really tricky with that stage up on top there. And there we go, with a smile on her face, always. Yuka, one of the happiest paddlers around. And here we have Fanny. Let's see, okay, you can see that Fanny is ahead by about a board length. Yuka got held up by a few of her strokes on that last turn, but we'll see how she negotiates this next one. All right, here we have Fanny taking her second turn now.
She's gone really wide on that.
Getting stuck, that's gonna cost her.
A little bit of an error there. and you can see
She's
Yaku.
still stuck on the other side, so this is going to definitely benefit Yuka in this heat. These are short races.
So a little bit of work to do for a French woman here, as we see Yuka Sato in full flow go past our camera position on the start-finish line. There we go, Fanny has recovered, so she will get that speed up down the pool, but it looks like very much a strong advantage here for Sato.
Oh, just a little bobble there. So there's a lot of reverb and wake, side wake, coming off of the pool, the edges of the pool. So those turns are tricky. They're really tight corners, and you got a lot of water moving. And here we are, ladies coming into their last turn. I believe this is their last turn.
So a little bit of work to do for Fanny Tessier to warm up this Parisian crowd, representing her home nation, of course, who just won the ISAs. You mentioned them, France, the champions down there. Justine Dupont getting first place individually, and France taking out the team event in the
French
surf.
team did really well. Fanny had some great individual results of her own, and Yuka taking out that heat, but Fanny not giving up to the very final moments. So really exciting heat, and exciting in the sense that you can see how anything can happen. Fanny was well out in front and got hung up on that second turn there.
Not a load of room in this pool. It's a bit bigger than last year's event, as we were talking just before we started, but some pretty tight angles down there, and a woman who did some pretty good work on the turns and with the down the line speed as well. It's Suzak Molinaro. She's down with Dave Bainey.
Can you hear me? I don't hear you.
Guys, don't talk, hey, don't talk.
Good job, and this probably feels nice to get your first heat out of the way, get the cobwebs out, get the nerves going.
Yeah, everybody's fine.
Well, you look good.
Okay, hey guys, back on you, back on you.
All right, good stuff there from Suzak. So getting a win early on.
Here we have Fiona Wild warming up for her heat.
No worries.
One of our few athletes that competes in the waves as well. So we saw her over ripping in Barbados, put on some good performances over there. So she doesn't mind being in the pool, on the river, or in the surf.
Fiona is an exceptional water woman. She also is a phenomenal windsurfer as well, growing up in Hood River, but also spending a lot of time in Mexico, growing up there as well, doing windsurfing and training with her family. I'm sure they're watching right now. Hello to the Wild family, watching from Oregon, maybe up in the early hours in the morning. Cheer on their daughter. I'm sure they're so proud of her.
Let's take a look at the next heat. It is Fiona Wild from the USA taking on Tanja Ecker from Germany. And again, just getting ready on that start-finish line. Athletes go off in opposite directions. 4 turns. Going from the outside of the pool to the in. So it's a left turn first of all. And 3 more down to the finish line.
So Fiona using the starboard sprint here. So it's a little, there's a recessed deck to the board. So when she's sitting, her bottom's not actually all the way on the board, which makes it actually almost a little easier to get to your feet. Fiona's a really fast sprinter, taking off quickly here. And then we have Tanja paddling the 404. Yes, Fiona, incredibly fast, great on her turns.
Nicely done. He talks about aggression. That was a great example right there.
Another quick turn here for the 404 paddler, Tanja. And I'm not sure, but she might be paddling a 12.6. We are going to see a few athletes today that have traveled with both a 14-foot board and a 12.6 foot board because the turns on this sprint course are so tight. Here we go with nice crossbow from Fiona Wild.
So she'll get going back on the speed again here. Maybe not as good on that turn as her first turn. Let's see where they cross in the middle. So Fiona Wild with a bit of a lead there, quite a significant one over Tanja. And you mentioned some of that chop going through the pool now. What, we're up to our 5th race of the morning, and there's a little bit of undulation going on in there.
Definitely. The balance and stability work is going to definitely come into play here. Athletes with the narrower boards might be faster, but it's a little bit harder in these turns. So here we go, working their way towards their third turn now. Looks like Fiona's still well out in front. Fiona is the 2016 APP World Tour champion.
And when you're in this position here, you make the turn. Obviously, you get a chance to see where you are relative to your adversary. Does that, if you see you've got quite a healthy lead, is it maybe tempting just to kind of ease off a little bit and save something, or you just stick to your original game plan and go all out?
I honestly think in this point nobody's going to really be easing off of anything because anything can happen on those turns. And there's Fiona. Well, I guess that was her fourth turn there. But yeah, there's not really going to be any sort of easing off, I don't think, in these early rounds because we saw what happened in the previous heat where Fanny got a little bit stuck on that turn.
Just goes to show I would never make it. I got the wrong attitude. I'm already thinking about easing off, right? I was made for commentary. So, Fiona Wild there with a pretty comfortable win. A strong performance from her, getting that great turn from the get-go and never really looking back. Fiona Wild of the USA, such a talented water woman in the various disciplines on the APP World Tour. She gets a round 1 win, and of course our second place in this heat, there's no...
no, second place actually goes to round 2. First place goes directly to round 3. Yeah.
Okay, so no elimination at this stage. It's
Yes.
a long way to come.
And then the
Another shot.
winners from round 2 will meet the winners from this round in round 3. And I believe our round 2 for the women, which is essentially the repechage round, that will also go off of time. So you're competing against the person in your heat, but you're actually competing against everyone else as well. And the fastest 4 times from the repechage will move to round 3.
A nice crowd filling in here to watch our racing. The women's sprint kicking off the first day of competition. It's the Paris SUP Open. And the next matchup, we'll see Lina Orgaitis out of Canada, Katarina Stenta out of Italy. Nervous moments at the start of the heat. Just want to get going, right? All the preparation, the training that's gone in at this stage, you just want to get underway.
They're ready, and it's different, right? For a lot of these athletes, it's the first time doing a sprint in the pool, so there's a lot of nerves and that element of the unknown. Here we go. Quickly to their feet. We've got Katarina getting in a few strokes ahead of Lina. Lina, a very strong paddler here. Be doing a front side turn. Working on her crossbow technique here. Getting her board back up to speed. Lina is a very, very strong paddler. Katarina really showing her sprinting skills well ahead of Lina in this first transition here.
The Italian absolutely flying early on in this one. She got a great start. Now let's see how she'll deal with this turn on the heel side.
There we go. We got Lina. We'll be able to see where these ladies are coming across here. Very strong, powerful stroke from Lina from Canada. And Katarina, you can see the difference in their cadence. Katarina has a little bit quicker of a cadence, and Lina is a little bit stronger of a stroke.
So the third turn here, you're watching the Canadian Lina Orgaitis. This is Katarina Stenta from Italy.
So you've got Katarina about 4 or 5 board lengths ahead coming into this last turn.
Just wants
We've
to avoid
got a
any
few
mistakes
athletes.
here. Got a good lead, just want to get this done cleanly.
Yeah, she's doing quite well here. Let's see how this last transition's going to go. Now you have Lina is a paddler who can do quite well in the distance race, so she's going to want to get a good result in the sprints to go for the overall for this event. So lots of different strengths from different paddlers here. Katarina, very fast, great heat from her. She just as well came back from El Salvador where she competed in the ISA World Championships. Did pretty well in the sprinting and the technical and the distance racing there. Doing a lot of work for Team Italy. So congratulations there, Katarina.
And the winner of Heat 6, Katarina Stenta. An impressive performance from her. An absolute flyer of a start. And she kept that going. Have a little look at a recap here. This was the first turn from the Canadian Lina.
Little recap. Really getting aggressive on her turns there, Katarina, and finishing just a few board lengths ahead.
Let's take a look at our very next heat coming up. Angela Fernandes out of Portugal, taking on Shea Fowdy from the USA.
This is an exciting heat to watch. Angela is really fast off the line. I got a chance to race with her in London, and I had just met her for the first time, and I was really impressed with her sprinting skills. Then, of course, you have last year's world champion, Shea Fowdy, who won this event last year. Really fast sprinter, really great in the turns. And so this is a exciting matchup. Shea Fowdy having just come off an injury, only competed in one race earlier this year. Quick to her feet, using the choke down stroke to get going. We've got Shea Fowdy taking some nice, long, powerful strokes here. Working her way to her first turn will be a front side turn for her. Nice footwork, really smooth, getting right back up to that center point of her board to get in fast strokes. Paddling her Infinity Blackfish and her Infinity Paddle. So she's well ahead of Angela here.
Yeah, we didn't see.
Doesn't have the pressure she had on her last year. So she's coming into the event having only done one event on the tour last year. She is the reigning world champion, but she's not in the standings this year given the injuries that she's been dealing with. So she's here racing. She's excited to come and race and be in the mix again, but she doesn't have that pressure of a world title on her. So
here to defend.
all right, heading into their third turn. Shea is still well ahead. Working on that quick footwork. There's Angela still using that choke down technique. We used to call that the Connor Baxter choke stroke.
Just tell us a little bit about that technique.
So the lower you are on your paddle, the more leverage you get,
yep.
right? If you were to imagine holding your paddle, holding like a 10-pound lead and balancing it on the blade of your paddle, if your hands are closer towards the blade, you're going to be able to hold it, have more leverage, right? So the wider the grip, the lower you are on the shaft, the more leverage and power you're going to have on the blade. Nice quick turn. That was really smooth from Shea Fowdy. Looks like she is turning it down a little bit here.
Looking very accomplished.
You can see that she is well ahead, so she's actually giving herself an opportunity to warm down, which that's the unique thing about these pool sprints. There's not a lot of warm up and there's not a lot of cool down because the next athletes need to get on the pool to paddle again. So it's difficult doing sprints and not having the opportunity to really properly cool down in between races because you're so kind of blown up in your muscles a little bit. You got that lactic acid buildup.
Shea Fowdy, defending world champ, showing a class there with a comfortable victory. As you mentioned, just kind of eating off at the end, keeping plenty in the tank. But looking very, very comfortable indeed. As she will make her way straight through to round 3. Of course, avoid round 2. That's where we'll see Angela Fernandes coming up next. Let's have another look at the start here. Good intensity from the beginning, but maybe Angela just not quite with the speed through the turns, and it ended up costing her in that one.
We're going to have one more heat of this women's round 1, and it's going to be April Zilg, current number 2 in the rankings for the world title. She has a heat by herself, as did Seychelle Webster in the very beginning. So she has to just basically beat herself, which is going to be a nice warm-up for her. So these girls are great athletes. Even though she is in a heat by herself, she's not going to go out there and just leisurely paddle. She's going to give us a show. She's going to show that, hey, I am deserving of my number 2 ranking, and I'm going to perform. Getting a nice pre-run on this course. April has a really great quick exit on her stroke. You can see she exits right at her feet and has a straight recovery phase, which is the phase that go from your feet to your catch phase, which is the beginning of your stroke. So you can see April has a really, really great skills in stroke there. She just came a little bit unstuck, maybe a little bit of nerves. I know she definitely has that world title on her mind, but she's going to be glad that she got that little mistake out of her way in this heat that essentially doesn't quite matter so much. She's in the pool by herself, so she's, probably happy to get that out of the way.
Coming in here second in the rankings. Do you think she's feeling much pressure about the world title? How hard is it to kind of put that out of your mind and just take your next heat and just think about the next race you're doing?
I mean, how could you not think about it, right? So I'm definitely sure she's thinking about it, but trying also to not think about it, right? You want to take it one heat at a time, one race at a time, and these women have 2 days of racing. But with the overall, with the throwaways, being able to throw away your lowest sprint, your lowest distance result, I know that April wants to come away from today with a win in the sprints if she can.
So we are just having another look at the dead rubber from April Zilg, who just had a heat on her own right there, but just getting that kind of race intensity. Obviously, she will be coming up against someone in round 3 that has had a competitive heat this morning and doesn't want to come in kind of cold or too cruisy. So keeping a strong performance through that one. Little error from her on one of her turns, something maybe to work on. She fell on one of her turns.
Yeah, I think that maybe that was just a little bit of the wake coming off, a little bit of nerves too. Everyone's watching. So she's very skilled in her turns. I think, just a little bit of nerves, shake it off.
So we've smashed through round 1. Any kind of key takeaways from you there? Any big upsets? Any standout performances leaping out at you, Candice?
I was pretty kind of what I thought, So I was surprised actually to see Lina. She's going to be going into the round 2 repecharge, but I'm confident that she will fight her way back into the main rounds. But Katarina really putting on a really fast heat, doing really well. Suzak Molinaro
right?
as
She
well.
doesn't seem to be having any pain or any from that injury. She seems very healthy. Shea Fowdy.
Yep, Shea Fowdy looks like she's back in world champion Flash Fowdy form. So that's maybe going to cause some upsets this weekend. We'll see.
All right. So if you're just tuning in, welcome to the Paris SUP Open, part of the APP World Tour City Paddle. We've been going around the world this year from London. Start things off in the spring. Heading over to New York, of course, Osaka in Japan, taking on San Francisco as well, Ocean Beach along the way, and we're here to wrap things up. Coming up to the festive season in the beautiful city of Paris, France, the French capital. As you can see, we're inside at the moment, so pretty chilly out there. We'll be getting on the river tomorrow. The iconic River Seine flows through this beautiful city of Paris. But at the moment, we're in the Paris Convention Centre, the Salon Nautique, which is basically a boat show. And a whole bunch of cool stuff going on down there. So if you're in the area of Paris, come down and enjoy the show. Otherwise, it's great to have you online tuning in from wherever you're watching.
And I believe you're going to have Dave, the Brown Blair Bainey, is going to come join you in here to help call some of these men's heats. He'll be joining you shortly.
So we are looking at the first heat of the men. Coming up, round 1, 12 heats. And a similar format, the losers will go into round 2. Have a chance to carry on their participation in this event.
All right, Paul, I'm going to duck out here. We got Dave Bainey coming in the mix, and I will see you later for more of the women's heats.
All right, thanks, Candice Appleby. So we're wrapping up round 1. They're going to go straight into men's action.
I couldn't hear you guys, but I could hear Christian. It's kind of weird. And then, yeah, it was on. But if you can't hear, like, do you want to hear yourself in there? You could ask him, I think. Yeah. But the hard part is, when you're over there, you can't hear you guys. So then you just gotta like, yeah.
All right, well, welcome for the first time today into the studio, Dave Bainey. Bienvenue.
Yeah, man, all good. I got some front row action for the women, so stoked to see the men and stoked to see Mo Freitas back in action.
So Yep. Some great intensity early on. Does look like Mo with an advantage so far in this one. Pretty even actually, so it looks like he did some good work catching up there. From Mo on his turn. Pictures of they cross pretty even right there. Yeah, they're pretty close. Both these guys are pretty fast sprinters. You know, it's interesting to see Mo since he hasn't been racing this year. This is his first one he's able to make, so looks like he might have got the edge on Leonard on that last buoy just a little bit. But yeah, they're both paddling really fast right now for sure. So that advantage has been restored at the moment for Mo Freitas. Leonard just struggling a little bit there. Getting that recovery. He'll need a really good turn here. Did some great work on this same turn previously. And the lead has been opened up again by his adversary Mo Freitas, who will finish off here. Just ease off the gas a little bit. But for me in that one, some great intensity from the beginning. Yeah, for sure. And you saw Leonard have a couple bobbles there towards the end, so that basically cost him that race. They were really close, and you can see Mo cross the line about a board length ahead of him. So Mo Freitas there in the red jersey, sticking out a strong win. That will give him a bye through round 2, but straight into round 3. We'll get to sit out that next repechage round. And we're going to keep on rolling through the heats here. Be bringing you heat 3 very, very shortly. They're coming at you thick and fast from the Paris SUP Open. Here from the Salon Nautique in France, the French boat show. Crowd filling up, enjoying the action. And a totally different challenge being in a pool here, Dave. This is something pretty different for our athletes. Yeah, absolutely. And I think all the athletes, they really like it. You know, it's different, it's fun. It's more of a set setting here. We got a great kind of atmosphere. And yeah, it's just a rad sprint course. And these guys are ready. A lot of these guys were in this event last year. So nothing new, but it's always a little different to be in the fresh water inside. All right, so an all-European affair. We'll see Claudio Nica from Italy taking on Boris Ginvrez of France. So this French crowd, you would have thought would be getting behind the Frenchman. They'll start on that start-finish line. Once again, the format, they go off in opposite directions, 4 turns around these buoys, and then come back to the finish line from opposite directions. Turns going from out to in. And it's pretty tight angles down there. They do need to nail these transitions. Yeah, definitely. Anthony Vela, the race director for this event, and the APP World Tour did a really good job of making the event nice and fair. You know, there's always been like a little discrepancies on certain buoys and some of these sprint races, but this is exactly the same turning, and it favors either racer. So everyone pretty excited with this new format. Keep themselves in position. Absolutely. There's definitely a technique, and this is something these guys definitely practice on their own. You know, not every race you start on your sitting down, but the APP sprint races, they've incorporated that, so you have to be really quick and pop up. All right, we're underway here. Yeah, and you saw that, Paul, like the first stroke so critical, and you saw just right there from that split screen shot, Lincoln Dews was first one able to get his paddle in the water, and there he goes. He's the first one around the first buoy. And when it comes down to these races, these guys are so evenly matched in this short distance of sprints. It really comes down to the technical aspects of the race and who could make the least mistakes. So another nice clean turn there. And an already a pretty healthy advantage. We're watching Boris. Just trying to play a little bit of catch up here. Let's see what he can do on the straight. Big, powerful unit. There's a tall guy. He's going to need all of that power because he's got a little bit to do left here. Yep, and Lincoln looking pretty smooth and confident around that buoy turn. If you notice, Lincoln's on a Sonova board,
That's not his board sponsor. His board didn't make it in time, so he is out this morning testing a couple boards, and he opted for that Snova. Looks pretty good on it.
Just talking earlier a little bit with Candice about the boards. So 14 feet the standard, but we will see quite a lot of our male athletes in particular dropping down to the 12.6.
Absolutely, yeah. The APP board rules is 14 feet or under, so you could absolutely choose a 12.6 if you want to. And Casper Steinfeld has proven that the 12.6 may be an advantage in these tight sprint courses. So he's going to be hard to beat, as he has his 12.6 back for this race, and a few other guys brought a 12.6 as well. One doing it.
We didn't see that.
Yeah, we didn't see
hasn't
that.
happened.
Yeah. This interview thing's tough.
Hang on.
maybe.
So Lincoln does that. Strong performance from him. And he'll be looking to carry that momentum through to round 3. He'll get to sit out round 2. Our second place athletes, as we just saw, Tommaso Pampinella from Italia. He'll be coming up in round 2.
The question, hello, I'm here with him, and what's your opinion? And can
So once again, welcome to the Paris Sup Open, coming at you live from the City of Light, La Ville Lumière, French capital, and the world's best paddle athletes here. Sprint format today. We'll be out on the river tomorrow. It's going to get chilly. I'm not sure if we'll see many board shorts out on the river tomorrow. Certainly not from the commentators. We'll be wrapping up.
Absolutely.
This one's underway.
Yeah, there's Itzel Delgado from Peru, fresh off his silver medal in El Salvador. Nice buoy turn right there. Itzel looking super comfortable. As we got in yellow, that's Ludovic Tulade.
Yeah, great stuff there from Itzel in his first turn. You just see him come in and out with a ton of speed. Real clean work from him. And he gets quicker out the second turn as well. Let's see if Ludovic can make up a bit of ground here. He's having a go. Look at that stroke work. It's great intensity. He's made up a little bit of ground, I think, there. Be interesting to see how they come out of this turn. And again, another great turn. And still, Delgado looks way out in front there. That heel edge turn, he does seem to have absolutely nailed down. He'll go into his final turn here, quite a long way in front. We might just see him ease off the gas a little bit when he comes out of this turn and sees Ludovic Telad quite some ways behind him. Let's have a look here, but it looks like he's got this one. A little bit of a canter. As he'll bring that home. Quite a lot of chops going through the pool right now as well, making those turns even trickier.
For sure, I think right after the first pass, there's going to be a lot of side chop from coming from right and left. So even though there's only 2 guys in the pool, it's definitely really bumpy.
Wind's light though, and what time's low tide?
Yeah, for sure. Too funny, but yeah, Itzel looking solid right there. He had a very good first buoy turn, and then the second crossbow toe side turn, and I think him nailing that second buoy turn really opened up the chance to win that heat. So congrats to Itzel. He'll be moving on. Skip round 2. He'll get into round 3. But we will see Ludovic in round 2. He's got another shot.
So that'll wrap things up for our 5th heat of the day. And they're coming thick and fast in this first round of competition. We've got the sprint format today, 4 laps of the buoy. And our pool here, around about 60 meters in terms of the straights.
Looks like we're going to throw it down to the interview with Itzel and Candace.
All right, I am here with the winner of the last heat, Itzel Delgado from Peru. Itzel, you've had a great season this year, medaling in the Pan American Games, the ISA World Games. Are you coming into this event with a lot more confidence than last year? And also, what are you doing different?
Well, my preparation has been a lot, has changed a lot in the past. Preparing for these last events, I've been getting some good results and really looking forward to placing good here, so I'm really stoked. Really happy for everyone who's supporting me, everyone at home watching, so thank you very much. Muchas gracias a todos, los quiero mucho.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Itzel. Good luck in the later rounds. Back to you guys.
All right, muchos gracias, merci beaucoup. Great performance there from Itzel. All smiles as he should be, and he'll carry on a little bit extra confidence from that win in round one into his round 3 heats. We're just going to reload a brand new, fresh 2-stack. And the water next, we're going to watch Martin Vitry take on Anton Ribaud.
Yep, and Martin Vitry, the freshly minted new haircut. Did you see that?
Nice undercut. I did notice that in the
kind of a
warm-ups.
mohawk. There's a good shot of it right there.
So nice little bit of wind resistance around the sides.
It's looking speedy for
and the mullet out the back. So
yeah.
all right.
I think when the mullet slaps the back of your neck, it's kind of like coaxing a horse, and you're like, yeah.
Let's see how that goes on the river tomorrow with a little bit of wind. Might be breezy tomorrow, so let's see how that affects the mullet. But the two Frenchmen, they will line up here in the French capital of Paris. Head off in opposite directions, 4 turns around the buoy. The sitting start.
Yep, and speaking of 12-6s, we got Martin Vitry in red. He's opting for a 12-6 in this heat, so it'll be interesting to see how this goes down. And I believe he's riding the 2020 SIC 12-6. I think it said 23.5 inches wide. So still quite narrow, but nice and compact with a 12-6. And he's up real quick.
Looked like Vici had a little bit more spark to his feet there. And a great first turn from him. On that heel side, a little bit wider for Anton. It's going to cost him a few seconds. And quite a significant margin at the moment so far. Still early in this one though. Martin Vici has came out the blocks firing. And again, pretty clean through that turn as well. Just see the radius of the turn, nice and tight on the buoy.
You could just tell that 12-6 is just that much easier to come around those tight spaces. And, oh, look. Wow, that was interesting. When he switched hands, the paddle flipped around. It was on the wrong side, not the power side, and he had to switch it back. But good heads up by Martin. Flipped that right back around. Didn't really cost him too much time. But there we go right there. We talk about the 12-6, and it's so compact in that corner. I really do think for this event specifically, it's an advantage. You know, the straightaways aren't quite long enough to have that 14 take over. And the 12-6s get quick. They get off the line quicker as well. They're quicker out of the hole.
So final turn here for Vitry. A good recovery from him from a pretty big wobble down that last straight. He'll look to wrap things up here. His compatriot Ribaud. You mentioned on that bigger equipment, you just see the line that board draws. The bigger board needs a much bigger arc to get around that buoy. And Vitry, well, good choice with the haircut and a good performance out in the pool.
Everything seemed to be working for Martin. That heat, the fast hair, the shorter board, he's feeling good.
So Martin Vitry takes out the win there, an all-French affair. He'll be through to round 3. And Anton Ribaud will be coming up in the second round, which is going to be going off times. So
yeah, that's interesting.
Rather than just a head-to-head who wins, all about the time, super critical. And we will reload a brand new heat in this men's round 1 of the Paris SUP Open Sprint Day today. We're indoors. All right, let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat, Martin Vitry. He's standing by with Candice.
All right, we're down here with the winner of the last heat, Martin Vitry from France. Great Great job. Well done. I noticed that you are on a smaller board. Can you tell us your reasoning for that choice to be on a 12-6 instead of a 14?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty short, and we have 4 turns in I don't know maybe 200 meters. So I like to be really quick in the turns and to push hard a little bit faster. So yeah, I choose the 12-6.
Cool. And does your new haircut have anything to do with the aerodynamics? Does it make you faster?
It's so fast. Yeah.
Wonderful. Great job out there. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Candice. Well done, Marta. Keep talking of aesthetics. It's nice to see Connor Baxter run in the leggings underneath the trunk. What do you
Yeah,
think about that look?
I love that look. I think, you know, if you look good, you feel good. And Connor looking really good on that first buoy turn. And Connor just won a gold medal in the sprint races at the ICF, so definitely a tough competitor to try to beat here in your first round. As you see him just blazing down to the next side. But yeah, Connor opting for some compression. And I would think it's just mainly, you know, they got plenty of time in between the heats, so helps them keep warm and loose. And yeah, anything to give you a little edge. We see yellow go down there.
Jeremy Tuyad just burning up a few precious seconds with that turn. And you see probably the biggest lead we've seen so far in the round from Connor Baxter as a result of that little error. He's right off now. You see his cadence. And he's just basically kind of cruising through this stage here.
Yeah, Connor definitely toning it down. You know, just keeping it in the pocket. He's going to rest himself for the round 3, as he sees he's got quite the lead.
So this will be his final turn from him, and he's just going to bring it home in kind of cruisy fashion. Just something obviously you think about sprinting in the Olympics. You'll see in the heats as well. The men or women, the athletes that got a position to advance, they'll just kind of ease off, just
Absolutely,
save that
there's
energy.
no reason to blow out. You know, if you got quite a big lead.
And there it is. So pretty comfortable morning's work so far for Connor Baxter. Jeremy Tuyad, we'll be seeing him in round 2. That is heat number 8 of our men's round 1. All wrapped up. Live from the French capital, Paris, France. As we see another all-European affair. It's Tian Pouillot, the Frenchman, taking on Paolo Marconi out of Italy. So our two athletes taking to the water, get themselves on the start-finish line, where they will head off in opposite directions, 4 laps of the buoy, and come back. Of course, the French crowd love their sports. Get right into it. This is something relatively new for them. Obviously famous for soccer, Paris Saint-Germain, the big team here, dominant in the French league. We've got Roland Garros, the big tennis tournament. But this is something pretty new, our second year over here in Paris.
Absolutely, yeah. And, see the winner last heat, Connor Baxter. Connor Baxter was riding a 12-6 as well. But, yeah, the crowd here is insane. Like, we're inside a trade show, so it's one of the biggest boat trade shows in the world. So there's a lot of attendance here checking out the event. And, you know, for the distance race, there's going to be over 1,000 people on the water tomorrow, literally. 1,000 entries, so it's pretty incredible, the paddling scene and the prestige of this Paris Open.
Tian Pouillot from New Caledonia, excuse me. I said he was French. If you didn't recognize that flag, it's a French overseas territory in the Pacific of New Caledonia, and some strong paddle talent from that part of the world. Tituin with a good first turn. Paolo Marconi there, digging in pretty hard himself, but he's got a little bit. Well, let's see. This one's pretty tight, actually. It's real hard to tell from that angle on that first crossover.
Yeah, it looked pretty even at the midway point. And Tituan, you're used to seeing him riding those real narrow dugout boards, opting for a flat deck for the sprint race, and I like his choice. It's you know, it's just more free and open to do those buoy turns. Look at that wide tail. He's going to step back right now. Just nice and wide, stable platform for him to make that turn. He's looking smooth and comes out of the pocket real quick. And Paulo, he has more of that dugout style board, and it looks, the buoy turns are just a little bit sketchier, you know? So when it comes down to the later rounds and times, all those little bobbles and things come into play. See right there, he has just a little bit of a sketchy moment. Obviously, they're such good athletes, they're not falling in too much. But Tituan able to win that one fairly easily, just simply not bobbling.
Yeah, just came down, felt like came down to that last turn, as you mentioned. Not a lot in that, the narrowest of margins. A good performance from Marconi, but he comes off second best in that encounter. And Tituan Pua from Nouvelle Calédonie, as it's known in French, New Caledonia. Good win from him. And a much closer contest, that one. So important to get clean work done around the buoy. As we see our Italian there, he'll be thinking about an encounter in round 2, where we will be going off time rather than the head-to-heads. So something different for round 2. Not really so much of a question of where you are in relation to your opponents. All about nailing the fastest times. Let's reload the next heat. Think about coming up next. Christian Andersen taking on Marius Aubert. So it's the Danish flag flying right there. I'm guessing they're supporters of Christian Andersen.
Yep.
Of course, the famous Danish children's author, Hans Christian Andersen.
Absolutely. He's got tons of support, as well as in El Salvador, he's the junior world champion, so freshly minted. So he's been in great form. Won a Casper Steinfass understudies. Definitely coming into his own as his own paddler these days. So we'll see Christian Andersen against a Frenchman, Marius Aubert.
Because the Vikings did come into Paris in about the 9th century, the 800s, around that point. Burnt the place down a few times. They made a few changes. And they're back in full force in the pool. Denmark versus France, an all-European affair. Junior, it's cool to see the next kind of generation of talent coming through.
Absolutely, yeah. And Christian's, you know, he's no stranger to the scene. He's been paddling for quite a while, since he was really young. But now that he's gotten older, he's starting to come into his own and really be a force. And he wants it. He's been racing a lot, and he's been doing really good.
Let's see how this seat and start goes for 2 of our younger competitors in the draw. As you mentioned, Dave, not something that we always get on tour, so let's just test the technique here, get it up to their feet. Our starter, Anthony Vela, just holding them. All right, we're underway, and Andersen looked like a good spring to his feet there, and look at the cadence, the stroke work, really intense from him. And a clean first turn from the young Dane. Let's see where about the Frenchman is on this first cross. So looking to be a little bit in front there, Andersen.
Yeah, Christian getting to that second buoy first. You see him coming around, comes out of that pocket pretty quick. 2 Fanatic boards, so same design. More that flat deck, bulbous style planing hole nose. These boards get out of the hole really quick, and it's really nice for this side chop. Very forgiving, and you can see Christian looking quite comfortable on his equipment.
A little bit stickier there for the Frenchman Aubert on that last turn. And so a lead opening up for the young Dane, Christian Andersen. And he'll finish off this turn here, and he'll have a good read here on how big his lead is. I reckon it's reasonable, as he will just bring this one home. And easing off there towards the end. And he won that one by about half a pool length. So strong start, clean turns, good speed on the straights, ticking all the boxes.
Yeah, I mean, as we see these heats unfold, it really is a tale of the turns. Whoever could get that first turn and that second buoy turn down, pretty much has won every heat so far. So real technical in this pool. it's not always about speed. A lot of times it's technique and almost, more patience around these buoys. But both riders off to a great start, as you see the highlight right there. And Marius actually had a really pretty decent first turn, got hung up on his second turn, and Polar Bear right there, you see him just solid, able to pull away. So congrats to Christian Anderson. Oh, Mr. Ching is in the building. So it looks like in Heat 11 we got Danny Ching versus Tom O'Bear. So Marius' brother Tom O'Bear versus Danny Ching, and Danny Ching, another one opting for the 12-6 here in Paris.
Yeah, Danny was looking real good in the warm-ups this morning. Super clean around the buoy with his turns.
Yeah, Danny was one of the first ones in the pool, and I was all, man, you're looking pretty focused. He's all, dude, I'm older. It takes me longer to warm up. But talking to Danny as well, in Japan, he said he even surprised himself how well he did in the sprints, and it actually gave him motivation to come here in Paris to give it another dab, because he actually had a really good chance to win the whole thing. So let's see how he comes out of the gate in round one.
All right, it's Ching, the American, taking on Aubert, the Frenchman. Just hold him on the start line. And we're underway. Ching much quicker to his feet there. He got in almost 2 strokes really before Aubert had got his paddle in the water. And he's just hammering into this first turn. We'll pick up Aubert. The reasonable turn from him. Just needs to get that board back straight before he attacks down the straight here. Looks like Danny Ching with the good early work from him.
It's got to be intimidating look. You make a buoy turn and you see someone like Danny Ching charging full speed at you. And Danny I just love watching him paddle. He's so powerful. His technique is emulated by so many. It's like if there was an NBA logo for SUP, it's a good chance Danny Ching would be that silhouette. But Tom Aubert, strong paddler from France. And Danny looking a little sketchy right there. Always with the smile, though.
Even some of the best can struggle. There's a lot of chop moving across this pool.
Absolutely, and that's the one thing about stand-up paddle. Sooner or later, everyone looks like a kook. But you can hear the crowd getting riled up because with that bobble, this became a really tight race, and they're virtually tied at this last buoy turn.
Great noise from the crowd cheering on the Frenchman. And it looks, wow. So, takes it out. Danny Ching looked like he had that one with a great start, and that wobble cost him. And that was really interesting to see. I think that's our first come behind we've seen throughout the day. It looks like the athlete getting out in front has managed to carry over that advantage. Not that time, and Danny Ching, bit of an upset there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That was the most exciting heat that we've had this morning. And Danny Ching, he's the first 12-6 not to win the heat. So that's very interesting. Danny opting for the 12-6. And Tom with the comeback victory at the end. If Danny didn't bobble, I think he wins that.
Potentially a factor in the wobble as well, the shorter equipment, less volume?
I think so, absolutely. And, like we've been noticing, it's like minimal mistakes are going to win these things. These guys are such good paddlers. You have to run a perfect race.
So that was a real cool clash there, and the crowd getting right into that. The Frenchman just keeping his eye in, keeping up his intensity. Bringing that one home for something of an upset, certainly in terms of the way the early part of the heat went. So we'll see Tom Aubert, into round 3. Danny Ching will be in round 2 of competition. Danny Ching starting the water there. Kind of collecting and processing. Might be too rattled, highly experienced campaigner. He'll just kind of process on that one. And
yeah,
thinking
Danny,
about coming out roaring for round 2.
Yeah, well, since he has a little delay in the next heat, definitely take advantage to have that cool down. but super fun racing so far this morning. I love the stadium effect we got here. You can see the entire race from one spot. Looks like we might give a interview to Tom Aubert. So, okay, so we're gonna throw it down to Canis and heat winner, Tom Aubert.
All right, I am down here with Tom, the winner of the last heat. How do you feel about that last heat?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to get first. Even more against Danny. I mean, I was a bit sad to come against him on the first round, but at the end I just did my best and that worked.
Wonderful. Did it help having the crowd cheering you on?
Yeah, I think it helped me for sure because all the French guys and lots of friends are here, so it helps for sure.
Well, wonderful. Congratulations, and we'll see you in round 3.
Thank you, see you.
Thanks, Candice. Great job from Tom Aubert. As you're looking at the SNS, which is the French lifeguards down the water at the moment.
Yeah, I think we're having some sort of demonstration. It's all spoken in French, so I don't know exactly what they're saying, but so we have a little pause in the action while we regroup for round 2.
So it looks like they're drowning. It looks like we are demonstrating a rescue here, so don't worry everyone. This is merely a demonstration, but 2 of our lifeguards are simulating being in trouble, and then a rescue will be underway here. So floundering in the middle, something fortunately we didn't see in round 1 of our competition, but something, a display here for everyone at the trade show. And the lifeguards will arrive. Let's see
That's
what kind
very
of grip
good
they
acting.
go for. Yeah,
That's very good acting. They look like they're drowning.
So the finger under the chin there, that sort of thumb and forefinger grip.
That's not a sleeper hold?
Well, you know, maybe halfway through if they're starting to get on your nerves, just say, hey, quieten down there, buddy. And using that back sculling stroke. That's how you save a life.
Always good information to know. Be CPR certified, all that good stuff.
So let's see how, if we get, can we get an angle on the recovery out of the pool? Because this can be something tricky to do. Real high-sided this pool as well, so this could be interesting. Spectators here, just enjoying. As you mentioned, great acting. We're actually convinced. I almost stripped off and jumped in.
I was going to say, because I was worried for them, but I had to remind myself it is a demonstration. Nice work. And you notice they're in wetsuits because the water in the pool is actually very cold, I have been reported. But inside it's nice and toasty.
I would have maybe preferred just the Speedos with those little hat that the Aussies wear, you know, the red and white caps that the Australians wear, you know.
Yep.
But hey, it is winter in France, coming up towards Christmas time.
Speaking of Speedo, I think last year, Tom Aubert, the winner of the last heat, he actually raced his first round in a Speedo.
Yes, please.
And that was awesome.
Oh, I love it.
No one has pulled that off this year.
Wow. I'd love to see that out on the river tomorrow where temperature is definitely going to be a factor. So we're looking like another rescue going to go down here. And one of our lifeguards.
Okay, remember they are only acting. guys, but we're not doing interviews, so you can get back in for the women's. Yeah, no, just yeah, we'll switch.
Huh?
It's off.
It's off. Oh. Are we gonna get
So-
electrocuted?
Huh?
Are we gonna get electrocuted?
Um,
Oh, do you want me to do this?
so
Shoot.
who's
Oh,
in-
cool. They gave us a new printout.
so who's that? Because there wasn't a second in round one. Like,
Yeah. So there is nobody in that first heat.
so it's just this heat.
Yeah. And now these are based off of time, I believe. This is the repo round, right?
That's Stephanie, huh?
Should we be commentating? Are we on? Can you hear us?
And a very warm,
No volume. There's no
very
volume.
warm welcome back to Paris. And we are underway. Women's round 2. So everything on the line here. Potential elimination at stake. As we'll see that first turn go down. And crucial to nail this one, Candice.
Yeah, we got Stephanie Scheidler coming on that first turn. And then here we go, Fanny Tessier finishing her first turn. So they're racing against each other, but they're also racing the clock in this repechage round. So it's going to be the top 4 fastest times are going to make it back into the next round, I believe, for the women here.
Find
So
yourself in a fast heat and potentially second place would be good enough to get you through. Pretty sticky on that turn there from the French woman Tissier. She will see Stephanie Scheidler come hammering towards her. And she rounds out of that turn. And just feeling it there a little bit. Stephanie.
Stephanie coming into turn number 3 on her front side using the crossbow turning technique. Cross stepping back up into the center of her board. Stephanie, a really strong distance paddler coming from New York City. Well, New York, actually not New York City, New York State.
With a decent lead at the moment in this one, but she won't be easing up at all because it's not just about the win. She will need to get a fast time. As you mentioned, Candice, the 4 fastest times, so potentially you could win and still not make it through because some second place finishers could beat your time.
Yeah, so in theory, you know, both of them could make it, or neither of them could make it based upon how the other women in the later heats do. So it's all based on time in this repechage round.
Looking noticeably a little bit more fatigued towards the end of that one from her first heat, so she looked like she was kind of feeling that a little bit towards the end, even early on looking a little bit tired. So
Yeah,
getting the win, but we'll wait for confirmation on the time.
Yeah, these fast sprints and the cold, there's going to be that lactic acid built up like I was talking about earlier, and not a whole lot of time to flush it out in between heats. So managing their body is going to be really important for these
And
athletes.
in terms of like warm-ups and warm-downs, I guess it's quite a hard kind of muscle movement to replicate as well. Like, what kind of stuff are you going to do to warm up in between when you're not actually out in the water?
Yeah, you'll see athletes maybe stretching, maybe using some bands, a little bit of maybe a jog if they can find some space here. But it's a bit difficult.
All right, you're looking at Tanja Ecker, the fearless German, as it says on her shorts. She's coming up against
And I
Lena
think we
Agatis.
are going to get an interview here in a minute, possibly with the winner of that last heat. I'm not sure, or we might go straight into this heat number 2. Let's see who we have here. We have Tanja Ecker and Lena Agaitis on the line here. Both still standing, so not ready to start this heat quite yet.
Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat, Stephanie Scheidler. She's standing by with Dave.
All right, you guys, we're here with Stephanie Scheidler, making it through to round number 3. How'd you feel that round 2?
Felt pretty good. It's all about the turn, so as long as you can keep your speed up, make your turn, be careful, don't fall. Yeah, pretty excited for round 3. I think I faced some steep competition in round 3.
Well, you did good. That's the formula. Quick, good turns and go fast.
It's so hard.
Well, she definitely did that. So, Stephanie, congratulations. We'll see you in round 3.
All right, good job there, Stephanie.
Very
Awesome.
happy Stephanie coming off that repechage round, staying alive into round 3. Here we go, heat number 2, Lena Agaitis and Tanja Ecker.
So Canada versus Germany out in this one. As coming towards our camera position here is the young German. There's our Canadian Agaitis getting that first turn done, losing a bit of speed through that one. Let's see how she recovers out. Looks like the German with the advantage so far in this one. And they'll cross over for the first time shortly.
And it looks like Tanya is on a 12.6, so that's why I think we're seeing her coming out of those turns a bit quicker. And Lina is on a 14, so very strong, fast paddler, Lina from Canada. But those turns are a little challenging here and getting a little bit stuck. This is definitely going to cost her falling off. She's going to have to recover quickly if she wants to make it into this next heat, which could greatly affect her for the overall of this result of this race.
Valuable seconds getting eaten up there for the Canadian as she's dismounted from her board. And that only adds further fuel to Tanya Ecker's fire as she put on a good straight down there with some great speed.
She's definitely strong enough. Let's see what's going to happen here. Tanya working her way. Come on, Lina. She's going to have to work really hard to make it across. She is capable. She's definitely fast enough. So this is going to be a cutthroat heat. And again, for time and placings in this round. So it's not just
super close on the crossover
head-to-head
there, which is amazing. You think about that fall and how long that turn took her. So maybe you had an error at the other end as well from Tanya.
She is a powerhouse, getting a little bit stuck on these turns here. Let's go, Lina, you're fighting the clock here.
And again, a tricky last turn there for the Canadian. She did fight back well. She's got great speed on the straights, but her turns costing her there.
Yeah, she got a little bit hung up on both of the turns on this side of the course here. It's really tight. You got to have a really tight turn, good strategy, kind of calculate your footwork, calculate your strokes. We are going to have heat number 4 here of the round 2. So heat number 1 of the repecharge, we didn't have any paddlers. Amandine Chazot has not shown up today. So Angela is going to have a heat to herself. She's racing the clock. There is a little bit of an advantage to having a heat by yourself when you're racing the clock because you don't have as much of that reverb coming in the wake from the other paddlers. But if you can tell here, there's still a lot of water moving in the pool from the previous heat.
Less chop in the water in your favor, but maybe on the other side of that, you haven't got anyone to push you as well. You
Yes.
like a pacemaker. So
that's a very good point, Paul.
So there is Fernandez, our Portuguese athlete. Just going up
Really
against the clock right here.
utilizes that choke down stroke.
So this is going to finish off round 2. It's gone by in the blink of an eye. Let's go down and hear from Dave Benny, who's standing by with our German athlete, Tanya Ecker.
Thank you, guys. Wow, we're here with Tanya Eckert from Germany, the fearless German. Tanya, nice race. You took out one of the top seeds, Lina Agaitis. You got to be feeling pretty good with your last performance.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed about myself because I just jumped in on a free spot and didn't know it since I didn't think 9 in the evening yesterday. So I'm impressed that I can be here and be so good. So.
Yeah, well, you definitely did good and taking out a bigger seed. So stoked to see you in round 3. Good job.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, sehr gut, Tanya Ecker. Good job from her. German athletes. The strong performance, getting a late call up, making travel plans last minute. So another part of the story of competing on a world tour. It's not just about performances in the water as well. It's getting yourselves to events, getting travel plans, the support network, obviously equipment as well.
So I think I was incorrect. Round 2 is head-to-head. I think round 3 there is a time element. So I'm going to clarify that from our race director here. I know our men's round 3 is based off of times, but we'll get that proper information to you folks at home. But I guess right now it is head-to-head. So apologies for me on that. But so moving right through this round. And I believe we're going to have the men's coming back up. We're going to get Dave Bainey back in here to call these men's heats with you. And I am going to go clarify with our race director the advancements into these next round.
Candice Appleby asking the tough questions down here. She wants answers. She's going to go and find out a few more bits of info about our format. Head-to-head versus timing. Of course, this is the Paris Sup Open. It's a final stop of our tour of global cities taken in London at the start of the year. Of course, it's over in San Francisco, out there in the stormy seas of the Bay Area. Osaka in Japan, back in Paris, France. We're in the pool today inside the Salon Nautique, the French boat show here at the Paris Convention Centre. We will be out on the iconic River Seine tomorrow for the endurance race. All about the sprinting down here today. 4 turns of these buoys in the pool. Bit of refueling there in between. Tanya Ecker, good job from her in that last heats. So that's round 2 wrapped up for the women. Men's round 2. Some pretty cool matchups coming up in that one as well. And we're getting to elimination now, so stakes couldn't be higher at this stage. We talked about that cosmopolitan field and how far some of our athletes have travelled from all over the world. Well, if you don't get a win in this next round, you're going home. That's what's at stake here in Paris.
Yes, I've just been going one ear off to try to hear you.
Yeah, good idea.
Hey boys, when you're ready, let's start talking.
Welcome back to the Paris Sup Open, the APP World Tour's final city stop, taken in the French capital. Going to wrap things up for the seasons. A lot at stake down here.
Coming live to you.
And we have powered on through the women's rounds 1 and 2. Shortly going to be seeing men's round 2 action. So high stakes here, Dave. And coming up to elimination time, so it's all about making it count in this next heat.
Yeah, we've had some great heats so far, couple upsets. All in all, though, the race was pretty stoked. We had a reset of buoy over here, kind of shifted with a collision. So Anthony Vela keeping on that. But so far, so good. We've had some really clean racing.
And we talk about the buoy, at the start of the day we were saying how important it's going to be, and it's been exactly like that. So these races have really been determined about the technical aspect of getting these turns nailed.
Absolutely. And once it shifts over, it's not an advantage. It's a tighter corner. So good ups on Anthony to keep an eye on that and make it as fair as possible. You see the riders area back there. Everyone, it's kind of like race and then recover. So everyone getting ready for the next rounds. You see Fiona fueling up. There's Anthony getting ready. He is at the finish line, so they're getting a bird's eye view of those photo finishes.
Yeah, as are our spectators down here as well. And epic views of the whole course from around this pool here at the Paris Exposition Centre. Of course, it's the Salon Nautique. It's basically Paris boat show, a huge boat show of anything to do with the ocean or anything nautical. And we've got this cool little pool set up, something new for our sprinters to be out in a pool.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it's a change of pace, the indoor vibe, kind of arena feel. And yeah, it's been really cool. A lot of the racers like to mix it up and be under the lights, so to speak. And yeah, I like it myself. We got a good view right here, and you can see the entire race from one spot, so it really brings more of an intimate setting.
And definitely the spectators get a real good read on who's in the lead, and we just notably picking out from that last round, that Danny Ching, Tom Aubert heat. You heard a big roar from the crowd towards the back end of that one as they saw the Frenchman kind of claw one back from behind. So really cool to see everyone getting into it down here as we just have a little break, as you mentioned, just kind of resetting the buoys, making sure the course is got all its angles kind of ironed out. And nice still water at the moment. Looks pretty glassy and smooth down there. Nice day for a paddle.
Absolutely, and I think that's a key you just said. Like, technically it's a flat water sprint, but with the tight quarters of the lanes, it actually makes it quite tippy, quite backwashy from every angle, really, front, back, side. So it's been super fun to see, these top-level athletes and their skills around these buoys, and really getting out of the gates, jumping up from their boards. So you get a really good look at everyone's technique and paddling style.
Day one of our two-day event here, sprinting on a Saturday in Paris. We'll be going out onto the River Seine tomorrow on Sunday for the endurance race. So completely different question being asked of our athletes tomorrow out there in the cold, and all about the stamina and dealing with, well, quite a lot of water in that river at the moment. I tell you, Europe's been getting hammered by weather for about a month, so a lot of rain in the river and a lot of swirling currents as well. Might get a bit of wind out there tomorrow as well, so just a completely different kind of skill set from today.
Yeah, during the race briefing yesterday, the forecast for the distance race tomorrow is going to be pretty bad, to say lightly. There's very good chance of rain. Definitely it's going to be windy. The last kind of 3 miles of the race is going to be straight into your base. So to finish out that race tomorrow is going to be really difficult, plus the cold temperatures. Absolutely. So I know a lot of the competitors are, some of the European guys are used to paddling in these conditions. A lot of the girls like Shea Foudy and others who don't get to paddle in such cold conditions, I know they're all really trying to figure out simply what to wear. And that really does come into play because you can overheat really quick, and on the vice versa, you can get cold. So gloves, booties, who knows?
You're looking at the very athletic torso there of Leonard Nica.
No, that's I believe that's
Tommaso.
Tommaso, yes.
Pinella.
Yeah, so Tommaso, a fresh face to the APP World Tour. Good to see him here in France competing on the world stage with all these guys. I'm assuming we're going to see him in the next heat as we get this next round underway. Looks like Anthony's set to go. So we should have some racers show up to the deck here momentarily, and we'll get back into the action.
Yeah, just a little pause as we wait for our contestants to assemble on the start-finish line. It's men's round 2 action.
So we already got Leonard Nica.
We will be losing riders in this one. This is Nica all on his own.
Yeah, well, I believe, yes, I believe, because I believe this is the timed round. So is that correct? Do we find that? Did we confirm that? Well, anyway, Leonard Nica is by himself in this round.
The 4th fastest out of this will advance. So 4th fastest from this round are going to advance on through into round 3. So he's basically racing against the clock. And we talked about it earlier with Candy. He's on the plus side, less chop going through the water on your own. But on the other side, you haven't got anyone to kind of push you either. So
yeah, and you're absolutely right, because Leonard Nica's on that starboard sprint, you know, their famous flat water board. And in his first round, you saw when the chop came into play, he had a couple bobbles. But with this clean water, that board's going to be really great for this time trial.
So, nice.
So you see him past the halfway mark. Anthony Vela checking the clock, checking the pace.
So basically, we're going to see the 4th fastest from this round going to be taking place in round 3.
You see Leonard with less chop, he's able to get really nice, deep, powerful strokes. Clean water around these buoys, let's see. Takes it a little wide. I think he would like to make it a little bit more tighter in a perfect world, but sprinting out the finish as you see him ramp it up. And there you go, Leonard Nica looked pretty solid.
Making it count there towards the end. We mentioned that smoother water, a big advantage for him. This is essentially a time trial. And he started off on some pretty smooth water, just creating his own wake.
Coming into the
No one
announcers
else in the water with him. So let's see how that time will go. But our top 4 are going to make it through, so we're not going to get half of this round go through. It is all about racing against the clock. And our athletes have had, obviously, a chance to go this morning and get a view on getting these turns done. They really need to nail it in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen in all the rounds so far, it's been more about the buoy turns itself than the straightaways. And actually the start as well. Who's got it up, popped up first and got that paddle in, that had that solid first stroke, gets out of the gates quick. And if you could follow that up with a solid buoy turn, you have a good chance of taking that heat.
Tommaso Campanella there, the Italian, on the start line. He looks to be all on his own at the moment. So it could be another just straight time trial with him against the clock. So the Italian needs to get himself in one of the top 4 spots of this. So what have we got? 6 heats in the water, 2. So we've got 12 athletes. Only a third of them are making it through. Just 4 out of 12 will be getting through. And here he goes. Off with some intense stroke work from the beginning, as he just switches into his first turn. And going a little bit wide. a reasonable opening turn. Would have maybe hoped for a little better.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a lot different look when you're in there by yourself. You know, it's almost, I think I would rather have someone there. It's like you're chasing the rabbit in a way, you know. Maybe a little motivation if you see someone ahead of you. I think it takes a lot more discipline and a lot more focus to race against the clock by yourself, but he's doing a good job so far. Not too many hang-ups around those buoys. You can see he's got that really powerful out front, high cadence style stroke.
A big athlete as well, tall and powerful. Let's see how he'll go here on this turn on the toe side. Comes out, and he'll look to just hit the gas here. Just a little switch with the paddle. And all about just thinking about that breathing and your own, more similar to a training, I guess kind of a training drill where you're just on your own, not really going up against someone, but asking a different kind of question, not having someone else to aim at. Here he goes, he'll bring this one home. So that is our second heat in this round 2. Once again, it is essentially a time trial. So our first 2 have just been athletes on their own. They won't really know whether they made it through till the back end of this one, but we're only going to get 4 athletes out of this draw of 12 in this particular round. So it's going to be tough to make it out of this one. Of course, if you won your first round heat, you get straight through to round 3, so a massive advantage obviously there. In our Italian, Pampinella will exit the water and go and check the computer and see how he went time-wise. Meanwhile, we'll have our first legitimate clash in this next one, number 3. 2 athletes out of the water. Yeah, it looks like an old French affair.
Yeah, looks like Boris Ginbrese versus Tommaso Pampinella.
Let me know when you want to come down to me.
Right,
There's actually the riders right there, Paul.
It's our 2 Frenchmen, Ludovic Thuillat taking on Anton Ribaud. So 2 Frenchies in this one. I tell you what, they look fired up already. See the intensity they get to the start-finish line. Just entering the pool. And really, they'll have been through a pretty rigorous warm-up down there in the athletes area. They just want to carry over that momentum. They won't want to hang around here. Just want to get straight down to business. So it's France versus France in this one. Of course, first place not guaranteed a slot to round 3. The 4 fastest will get through. Let's see as we get underway. We're ready to go. And we're off pretty even on the start there, Dave.
Yeah, they both got up pretty quick and both got a good first stroke in the water. Let's see this first turn. This has been critical. Makes it around pretty clean. Just from that angle, looks like yellow might have a slight edge, but red picking it back up.
So, coming into the second turn here, you are watching the red jersey of Ludovic.
And there you have it, Paul.
Anton with a bit of a mistake there.
You can't do that. You can't do that in these later rounds, especially in the elimination time trial round.
So, cost him a lead that we think he might have had a narrow lead at the first cross. Well, he's lost it at the moment. Can he come back? Anton Ribaud. See how he gets this turn complete. And again, and that is gonna really hurt.
Yeah, that one's gonna hurt him pretty bad. After the first fall, we saw the split screen, and they're actually still pretty tied at that midway mark. So after that second fall, that's really gonna cost him here. Still having a little bit of trouble. You can see that wash really starting to play into this round.
See Ludovic bring it home here. And over the finish line. So I think it's fairly safe to say that Anton Ribot won't be in the top 4 fastest times in this one. Be very surprised if he is with 2 falls. Even Ludovic himself not confirmed. So just a little practice turn on the end there. Interesting to see just getting another opportunity in to take that turn. It is a challenge for the world's best paddlers. Tight geometry in the pool down here in the Paris Convention Centre.
Yeah, and don't forget, you guys out there, if you want to follow the results and the times, I do believe we are using the Stacked app, S-T-A-C-T, Stacked app. You can follow along at home to see the advancement and the elimination.
Hey guys, throw to Candace.
All right, let's go down and hear from Candice Appleby. Candice, what have you got for us?
All right, I'm down here poolside. You can really see how tight this course is. We got all our spectators lined up, watching all the action. This is the splash zone, as race director Anthony Vela called it before. And it's pretty exciting. I could reach out and touch a racer if they were coming by here. Maybe give a little clothesline action, but no, I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, this is a really exciting, tight course. Our race director is down here, Anthony Vela. We're gonna just wander our way down here, and as these next heats get set up. But as you can see, it's a great spectator sport today. You get wet from the action. Even I think some people were saying that some sweat was flying off the athletes as well. So really exciting to watch down here. I'm going to send it back to you guys up in the booth.
Yeah, sorry, Candice, I think you made a mistake. That was sweat coming from the commentators. Actually, that was just from us. Yeah,
For sure.
We're putting in a shift down here, aren't we, Dave?
Absolutely, but it is cool that she says they are literally close. I mean, you could walk off the place and go, I just got splashed by Danny Ching. So it's cool to be that close to the action. What other sport are you able to kind of reach out and touch if you wanted to be a paddle fan today at this event is super unique and super cool. And we got another heat going right now.
All right, straight underway. We're watching Jeremy Tillard, and he is all on his lonesome out there. So just battling against the clock. Once again, 4th fastest athletes from this round making it through. Gets a little hung on that turn there. Just kind of lost speed like 2/3 of the way through the turn. Now he recovers and picks up on the straight. So no one else in the water for him. It's all about the clock as he'll come in to his second turn on the heel sides. And that one is a much better turn from him. Generally kind of an easier turn to do, that one.
Yeah, obviously the heel side turn is generally easier for most paddlers. The toe side turn just takes a little longer. It's a little more awkward. And you'll see some of these guys, someone like a Connor Baxter or even Katarina, they have that windsurf background. They might even switch stance the buoy turns to have that favorable heel side turn. So it'd be nice to look out to see if any of those guys try that today. But Jeremy looking pretty clean and smooth on his second half of this heat. This is a time trial. And like we were saying, this could mess with your brain a little bit, racing against the clock and not another person.
So does well there again with that second heel side turn, as he will just power through the line, and he will wait to see his fate decided on the screen essentially, as we'll compute the times towards the end of this one. 4 of our male athletes getting out of this round. Candice there with a little walk down the edge of the pool, just showing how tight that lane is outside the buoy. And again, we're seeing an athlete just get a little bit of extra practice in. Finished off his race, could have just cruised home, but just wants to get one more turn in. Jeremy Touyet, part of a strong French contingent down here in Paris. Last event of the year Europeans from all over the continent. But the surfers on home soil, as ever, well represented. We'll see how his time comes through as we get down towards the end of this second round. 17th heat for the men. Coming up shortly. As we will just wait for Marius Aubert.
Yeah, and if you guys are watching from home, make sure to participate on the live feed. Leave a comment, say hi, let us know you're watching.
Let's go down to Candice. She's standing up with our race director and sometimes co-commentator, Anthony Vela.
AV.
All right, I'm down here with race director Anthony Vela. Anthony, you've directed races all over the world, rivers, lakes, streams, the ocean. You're directing a race today in a pool. Can you tell the viewers back at home maybe some of the challenges and some of the extra precautions you're doing to ensure that this race is fair and exciting and accessible for the athletes?
First of all, it's really cold. The pool is indoors, you're not thinking it's that cold, but it's freezing in there. Second of all, it's great for the fans. So it's kind of like SeaWorld. If you're within 10 feet of the pool, you might get splashed. So that's a safety thing as well as a fun thing, but it's really cold. In the water, on the water, the athletes are loving it, and I can't wait for the quarters, semis, and finals.
Well, wonderful. Thank you, Anthony, for being such a great race director. He was chest deep in the pool before the races started today, making sure the buoys were all lined up and ready to go. So thanks for making this fair for our athletes. And here we are, on to the next heat. Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Candy. It's kind of like SeaWorld. We also, if he does a good job, we're going to just give him a little fish.
Yeah.
Just going to keep feeding him a little fish as a little bonus, a little snack. Good job.
Yeah, just
Pat him on the head.
Yeah, just do a little trick. I'll toss a little little salamander in his mouth.
Back to the serious business here. Let's check out Heat 5 out in the water. Italy taking on France. Paolo Marconi, Marius Aubert. Those are your 1-2. The red singlet worn by the Italian. The cap on backwards. Marius Aubert's brother put on a strong performance to take out strong heat in round one. He's in the essentially repechage round two. Needs to get a fast time in, so wow, much closer to the line. And a good start from Marius. Gets off to a bit of a flyer. Paolo, as he'll approach this first turn, it's going to be a heel side turn for him. Goes super close. Real nicely done there. That's how you get it done. Almost kind of textbook from the Italian on that first maneuver. And these two will cross over at our start-finish line. Okay, so he's going backside basically, switching stance there, going backside for both turns. So interested to see that.
Yeah, Paolo looking really good, as you said. And Paolo, he had a little bit of issues in round one, being a little tippy with that board, but he's looking like he's found his groove. Looking pretty strong this round here. And we see Aubert coming into his turn. Paolo's already out of the gates for his third turn, so Paolo about 2 to 3 board lengths ahead at the moment.
Yeah, big lead for the Italian. You can see him feeling it a little bit. He's blowing pretty hard down there. He's been absolutely going at this. Big intensity from the beginning. And this is his final turn. Marius is struggling a little bit here. And this will be a victory in terms of the head-to-head, but not necessarily in terms of time, although just kind of looking and eyeballing it, it looked like a pretty fast time for the Italian.
Yeah, I want to say that's probably one of the faster times we've seen so far. And Paolo looking really comfortable that time. It's good to see him bounce back for round one. He looked like he had a little bit of jitters. There he looked really confident and smooth. And yeah, it's going to be a good time for him.
All right, so great heat there from the Italian. And definitely surfers who have the skill set to make that turn, use the heel both ways, does seem to be paying off.
Yeah, and you see a good start by Paolo at this. The first buoy is pretty even, but Paolo opened up on these straightaways, able to get a lead after every buoy turn. And just looking really strong and smooth all the way to the finish. So congrats to Paolo, and we'll wait on those times.
So that'll wrap up heat number 17. It's our penultimate heat of the round 2. Waiting for times to be confirmed. We're going to see it out in the water. Danny Ching in this next one. Looking to make amends from his point of view. Kind of surprised to see him make that error. Got that wobble. Just kind of couldn't get his board back flat, right? He was just kind of caught on an edge. Let's see how he goes here. He looks pretty comfortable and confident.
Yep, so Danny going to be by himself in the pool. This is going to be actually really fun to watch. I love watching Danny paddle. A lot you can take away from watching someone like Danny Ching. And yeah, Danny, I believe he once or still does hold the world record speed for a 200 meter at the Lost Mills race. So he's definitely, you know, sometimes you might not think of him as a fast sprinter, but obviously holding the world record, he's definitely fast off the line. So let's watch this. Danny on his 12.6.404.
On the shorter equipment, helping with those turns. He's just racing against the clock here, looking to get in the top 4 from these 12 athletes in round 2. He's off to a good start. And he talked about that technique. And it looks nice into a first turn from him, a super quick turn. And he'll get back into that parallel stance up the board and go powering through. Good, so far so good for Danny.
Yeah, that buoy turn was just textbook. And one thing about Danny, you know, once he gets out of that buoy turn, just watch his acceleration out of the turn. And the acceleration out of the turn is just as important as the turn itself. You see him, he does a full turn before he actually puts that paddle in, and then he's just off to the races. And just look at him go right now. The 12.6 just nice and light, just jumps out of the water. A lot more reactive than a 14-foot board. Let's see if he can nail this one again. Danny looking quite solid.
Another good turn from him. He'll switch paddles there, switch sides and get back on the gas. But so far, looking pretty strong and comfortable. And this one's going to make his final turn here. 3 good turns so far. Let's see how the 4th one goes down. You mentioned being proactive, just kind of stomping on that tail, getting that tight pivot radius. And he'll bring this one home here. Just see the intensity just ramp up a little bit for Danny as he will cross the line and wait to see how the times come through. So all on his lonesome out there in the water. A race against the clock for the American. If he gets in the top 4, he's through to round 3. Pretty hard for us to tell time-wise, but certainly looked like a great performance from Danny.
Yeah, so Danny obviously looking pretty spent right there. He knows this is an elimination round.
Well, there we go. So we're hearing it from our announcer
so
down
Anthony
here.
just announced that Danny has the fastest time so far of the day. I believe it was a 1:22 if I heard him correctly. So Danny just on all cylinders on that round.
All right, so that's going to wrap things up for the men's round 2. We're going to kick Dave Bainey out of the booth. Mate, it's been a pleasure. As ever, you're going to go do some interviews for us.
Yeah.
We're going to welcome back Candice Appleby as we will go into women's round 3. And the fastest time for Danny in that last one. So he'll be looking good for a spot into round 3. Good job, Danny Ching. And back to our women's round 3. And it's also a very warm welcome back to the booth. We'll say rebonjour to Candice Appleby. Candice is actually a French name. Has that got any French in the family? Or?
Probably somewhere,
Okay.
yes. I'm a bit of a mutt.
All right, so let's check out 2 Americans, Seychelle Webster, Stephanie Schindler in this one.
Friends and competitors. They've done a bit of traveling together throughout Europe last year on the Euro Tour.
Is Seychelle feeling any pressure from the world title race, you think?
I'm sure there's some pressure, but as the heats progress, you know, you get a little more, I'd say, maybe not comfortable, but comfortable, really, actually, with the conditions, you know. Get to kind of shake out some of those nerves. Now, in these rounds with the women, It's a combination of placing and time. So all the first place finishes will go to the quarters, as well as the top 2 second place finishes based upon their times. So if you're not winning in one of these heats, you don't want to let off, because you're the highest second places, the top 2 of them will move on as well.
So the focus look there from Stephanie, maybe just feeling a little bit of nerves as well, coming up against the ratings leader. Tough heat on her hands, but as you mentioned, if she comes in as one of the 2 fastest losers, she will get through to the next round. Just getting our positions on the start line here.
Race director Anthony Vela was just reminding them of the advancement rules for this round. And here they are. Now they're off quick to their feet. Really getting in a lot of fast, powerful strokes with Seychelles, I saw in the red jersey. And here we have Seychelles working her way into her first turn. It's a backside left, so it's a pivot turn she's using. She's going to work her way back up to her board. And it was a frontside turn for Stephanie there.
Seychelles almost kind of rabbit punching from the beginning there. So quick with the stroke work early on. As they'll cross over, and a second turn on her heel H.
You'll notice the paddlers paddled really hard into these turns and then kind of almost put on the brakes a little bit. Nice turn from Stephanie, really great footwork there. But these corners here are so tight that if you come in too hot and you overshoot the buoy just a tad, there is no area of forgiveness like in a typical sprint or course race where you're in an open water environment. It's really tight quarters here, especially on this side. If you were to get your board stuck in under those pillars there, you're going to have to do some major backing up. Just a little bit of a bobble there from Seychelles. Kind of looked up for a second to see where her competitor was.
So Seychelles there looking to pick up speed at the midway part of that straight. Looking like she's got a reasonable lead so far in this one.
Yeah, it looks like she's out in front.
Not a massive
Taking
margin.
a little bit of time on that last turn there. Quick turn from Stephanie, really quick to her feet. So let's see what happens here. Both women powering as hard as they can. And looks like Seychelles got that one. But we're gonna refer to times later on for that second place finisher. So
yep, as you mentioned, real nice clean turns there from Stephanie. And she might have kept herself in contention for one of those fastest loser spots in this one. That's heat number 1 of the round 3, or heat 13 of the women's event. Seychelles Webster getting the win over Stephanie Schindler.
up next we have the Peruvian Gianisa Vecco as well as Yuka Sato from Japan. This is a pretty exciting matchup between the two of these paddlers. I've never seen them go head-to-head before, so this will be really neat to compare speeds and turning. Both really friendly, happy international paddlers traveling all over the world. Gianisa was competing in the Pan American Games this summer, representing her home country, Peru, in Peru, taking place, and she put on a great showing there, as did her male counterpart, Itzel Delgado, who's still advancing in the men's rounds.
He looked great earlier this morning, didn't he?
Did great earlier this morning. Did great just a week or two ago at the ISA World Championships in El Salvador. And here we go. We got these ladies. They're lined up. Nose is just behind the line, anticipating the starter's orders from race director.
So Red just being told that she can move up. Gianisa can just approach the line a little bit. Getting a nice clean start here, Anthony Vela.
Anthony's just explaining to the racers that there was one false start charge to the field just for a second there, but now they're off. Yuka getting in some really powerful strokes, as is Gianisa. Working, looks like she's got that quick blade paddle working very well. She's gonna do a front side pivot turn here, a little bit of a cross bow. Nice camera angle. Great footwork, moving back up to the center point of her board. Really powerful paddler, has improved tremendously over the last few years, taking her fitness to the next level, and they're pretty even right now. This is an exciting matchup. Here we got Yuka coming into her second turn. This is going to be a front side turn for her.
So walking the board a long way back to the tail there.
Yeah, so typically these front side turns are a little bit more challenging than the backside turn. With a front side turn, it's easy to catch your inside rail. It's really important to make sure your chest is facing forward so that your body weight's distributed forward on the board and not sideways on the rail. Otherwise, it's really easy to catch that inside rail. So here we go. We got Gianisa.
Looked like she crossed first there.
It
Gianisa.
did.
So the Peruvian
working hard using this pivot turn. She's going to run. Oh, nice quick footwork.
So seemed to be quicker out of that turn as well. Let's see.
They got to make sure they stay on their proper sides of the pool. I don't know. There they go. Still matched up. This is going to be potentially a photo finish. It's coming down to this last turn here.
Real crucial to nail this one. And the heel edge, the advantage for the Peruvian. And a little bit sticky
getting a little bit stuck there.
Let's see how she emerges, but look, already underway, Veko, and she's going to power for the win here. It looks like she's feeling it here.
Nice work from the Peruvian. She's going to be really excited about that one. And Yuka doesn't want to let off there for a second. She kind of let off the gas a little.
I wonder if she was listening to the fact that second place, the two fastest losers can still advance.
You know, sometimes when you're caught up in the moment, it's easy to forget what's going on. And
a good race, that one.
Definitely. That's going to be that's going to fuel, I think, Gianisa for this next round. She's going to feel really good about that one.
All right. So good job, Gianisa Veko, the Peruvian, nailing a win here. You see her on your shot, looking like she put everything into that.
She's looking happy. She's looking happy with that one. Gianisa used to play field hockey. Isn't that cool? This sport is so great because you have athletes from so many different types of backgrounds. Typically water sports, right? But you get your occasional field hockey player. Even Chase Kosterlitz came from basketball. He's not here today, but one of our paddlers from the United States. And then you have the younger generation paddlers, people like Shea Foudy, who has been paddling since before she was a teenager. So a lot of different experience here. All right, we've got in this next heat, we have Suzak from Spain coming up against Angela from Portugal. Again, Suzak on one of those boards with the drop deck. So it's almost a little bit easier to get your feet under you when you have that raised deck like that.
Great sport and rivalry, Spain against Portugal, obviously neighbours here in Europe, and traditionally they love to compete in sports. Pretty intense rivalry. Let's see how this one plays out in Paris. It is the Paris Sup Open, and it is heat 15 of our women's competition. Suzak there on your shot, coming into this first turn on that heel side, staying super close to the buoy. Just loses a wee bit of speed, but emerges pretty clean. Will pick up Angela Fernandes, the Portuguesa, as she is all about that tunnel vision down the line. So they crossed over, just looked maybe like the Spaniard with a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, hard to tell on that one. Looked like Suzak did have a little bit of a nudge on that. She's turning that razzle dazzle, that black and white board really quickly. Here we got Angela, tight close-up of her footwork. Again, with that choke down stroke, getting a little bit more leverage on her paddle. Suzak really upping the cadence there. Looks like she's still a bit ahead.
Opening up a little bit more of a lead on that last crossover. Let's see how she negotiates this turn. It was clean on her first heel side turn, and that one again is possibly even slightly better as she emerges.
She's still out in front. Let's see how she manages this last one here. One more turn. Anything can happen, as we've seen before. Athletes falling in, changing placings.
Interesting to see her making her way early over to her side of the pool there. So
I
Getting
think
across.
that's smarter because as the other paddler comes towards you, you have a little bit less of their weight. You're lined up where you need to go. And look, here we have Angela here. She fell in. This is going to cost her a lot. Looks like she's definitely going to finish this heat in second place, second to Suzak. But she's going to want to get up on her board quick and try to recover because she's working against the clock here.
So Suzak going heel side both on all of her turns there. So going the switch stance basically. So on that last turn she went heel side again. So she went into the goofy stance for that last turn.
On Suzak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So keeping up some strong turning all the way through.
Sprinting and turning is really hard as you're paddling as hard as you can. You're putting, your legs are your base when you're paddling. Your legs do a lot of the work, even when you're not moving on your board. So then to go into a turn after really powering your board and pulsing your board using your hips, it takes a lot to move around and be agile for those turns right in the middle of a sprint. And looks like we've got one more heat here coming up. No, sorry, we're on heat number, we got 3 more heats. This next heat, we got Katarina Stenta and Lina Agaitis. No, I'm sorry, where are we on this lineup?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Katarina.
that's right.
Katarina and Lina coming up in this one.
All right.
Here we go. So there it is on your screen, the Italian. And it says Amandine Chazot. We don't think that's correct, actually.
So we are on heat number 16 today for the women. Katarina and Lina Agaitis, that's our Canadian paddler, Lina Agaitis.
Yep, so just ignore that last graphic. That is the Canadian athlete there, getting ready on the start line in yellow. Just making her final preparations. Look how close the spectators are. That was a real cool cross that you did, by the way. I really enjoyed that down there.
Thank you.
A little walk down. I saw a bit of cable from the wire as well. It was a technical one for you to make that little walk.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure I didn't fall in the pool and get wet. It's so cold down there.
Let's see these two final preps, getting their instructions from our starter, our race director, Anthony Vela, and they're up. So, not the cleanest of starts of the Canadian, just a slight hesitation as she got to her feet, Lina. Now she's looking good though in full flow into that first turn.
So Linda doesn't have as quick of a cadence, but she gets a lot of glide per stroke. She's very powerful. She works a lot on her technique. As you can see, she's very strong, very fit. So every stroke she takes is very efficient. Katarina has a bit of a quicker cadence, but she's maybe just a different style.
Kind of
just
smashing
a different
the water
style
a bit
paddle.
more.
Yes,
Like,
you
definitely
do
more
see a little
splash.
bit of splash on the entry of her stroke, which ideally you want to have a quiet stroke. You want to be bearing the blade entirely before you pull back, so that way you're not having as much resistance of the water. But she is able to get in more strokes per minute, more repetitions per minute, so that does make up a little bit for it. Here you go, Katarina coming into her next turn, backside pivot turn for her. Moving that 14-foot razzle-dazzle board around pretty quickly. We got Lina with just a really strong, powerful stroke. She gets a lot out of each stroke. She's very strong, very fit, a mother of 2.
More of a measured approach from her. You mentioned the cadence. She'll probably keep that more consistent throughout. We think about Katarina just going off really intense at the beginning. Might see that slow down a little bit as fatigue possibly sets in. Let's see how she goes. You see the intensity on her face as she is hammering.
Lina just getting a little caught up on that last turn on this side. But Katarina also crossing over a bit. Oh, that was it for her. So Katarina took first in that one, but we'll see how that goes for timing for Lina. I don't know what her time was, but she seemed a little bit quicker than some of those previous second places. So we'll see how that turns out.
The Italian Katarina Stenta there with an impressive victory. A job well done from her, and she was bang up for that encounter. Just getting a strong start and no real sign of let up as well. Maybe just one of the last turn possibly not as clean as the others, but nevertheless looking real good value for the win down there.
Ooh, this next heat coming up, we've got some heavy hitters. We've got, it's a battle of the young guns here. Fiona Wild coming up against Shay Foudy. And here we have an old replay of one of the men's heats. Let's see. Oh, that was maybe just a little bit of a glitch. Here we go. We got 2018 World Tour champion Shay Foudy coming up against 2016 World champion Fiona Wild.
All right, this is going to be a great heat to watch. She looks pretty composed down there. Shay Foudy, defending champion. We won't be retaining it this year. Injury causing her to miss a few events this season.
Yes, so she's just starting to feel fresh again, coming into her zone. The New York event she did, she was not in her top form yet, but she's looking pretty good today.
She looked great in round 1 this morning.
Yeah, she did. She did phenomenal. I don't know if they timed those, but she may have had the fastest time this morning. I'm not sure. So here we go. We've got Fiona and look at Shay there. She's got the eye of the tiger. She's ready.
Fiona likes to compete as well. She'll relish this clash as well. Let's see if she can bring out her best performance. It's going to be a real cool to see how this one goes down. Getting their last final instructions from our race director on the start line. And we're underway.
Looks like Shay was to her feet a little quicker, but they're matching stroke for stroke with that cadence. Really powerful, really fast, and both of these women are quite agile on their feet. So here we go. Fiona with a nice deep pivot turn there. Shay coming out of her turn, maybe just a hair behind Fiona. It's hard to tell with these different camera angles, but really pumping her board. Okay, so there you go. You've got just about maybe a meter Fiona is ahead. So every turn here is going to count.
Slight advantage for Fiona Wild on that first crossover. Now this turn, that one, she lost all her speed there. And
looks
can
like
Shay Foudy make this count?
Yeah, looks like she maybe came out of that turn a little bit quicker. We'll see when we get this side-by-side angle. Yep, it looks like Shay is out in front now.
So it's a real costly second turn there.
So I believe Shay's first turn was a front side turn versus Fiona's was a backside turn. So a backside turn is typically a little bit quicker than a front side turn.
That's
Shay's
a nice turn,
doing really well there. Great
Shay.
footwork. It looks like she's still coming in ahead, but this is a really fast-paced heat we got going on with these ladies.
And if you look at the position as well, Fiona Wild a long way over there. She'll need to make her way all the way across the pool, so she's going to need to cover a little bit more distance to get over to make that last turn.
It's really important to complete the turn to where your nose is pointing in the direction that you want to go before you start paddling out of the turn. Because if you see right here, her nose isn't pointing all the way straight, and she has to make up for that with her strokes. If she just took one more little stroke to turn her board, then she's going to be right in the straight line of where she needs to go.
Wow.
All right, so Shay Foudy coming in with the win on that one, but I think that was a really fast time there for Fiona, so we'll see how this plays out for our top 2 second places. We've got one more heat. This is an important one. We've got current number 2, April Zilg, coming up against Tanja Ecker from Germany.
So fastest time of the day for Shay Foudy, and a great job from her.
They don't call her Shay Flash Foudy for nothing.
And just some of the turns from Fiona Wild just costing her, but she could get through in a fastest second spot. Of course, the advantage of being in a fast heat is it's pushing you all the way as well.
Yep.
Let's see how those times come out. Shay Foudy there, the defending world champ from last year. She's had a few injury problems, as you mentioned earlier this year. She's looking like she's very much healthy, dangerously healthy
She's
so
looking
far in
good,
Paris.
and she doesn't have pressure, which is a great combination. You know, sometimes they say pressure is a privilege when you're in that situation, but to not have it, to be, you know, coming off of a season where she didn't race a lot, so in a way she is a little bit fresh, right? She's not worn out from racing all year long. She's fired up to be back in the mix with all these girls. Here we go. We got April Zilg, very focused. She knows that today is an important day. Of course, she wants to win that world title, and she's definitely capable. She just got to take it one heat at a time. And she is ready. I'm sure we got folks back in California and North Carolina tuning in to watch April. Hello to everybody who's tuning in to cheer her on. We got a 404 against a 404, both riding for the same company here.
All right, we're
And
underway here. And it looked like April Zug maybe just slightly faster to her feet. Tanya Ecker in yellow, the far side of the shot. Let's stay with the first turn here on the heel side from April Zug as she rounds that one. Pretty nicely done, just as you mentioned there, maybe just not quite getting the board exactly back, straight parallel down the pool, but nevertheless with the advantage at the early stages in this one.
yeah, she's looking like she's well out in front, and I believe Tanya might be on a 12.6. April is on a 14. You know, there's the advantage of the 14, which is longer, so in theory it's faster, but those 12.6s turn pretty quick. That last turn for April was just a little bit wide, but I think she's definitely well in the lead, you can see here. So she's just got to have a clean run these next couple turns, and it looks like she'll be in the clear to make it through this round, but anything can happen. Nice pivot turn from April. Here we got Tanya coming into turn number 3.
Yes, she's struggling a little bit here. She's got a lot to do left in this one. As we will see April pretty much, they'll cross over, only just out of that last turn there for Tanya Ecker. She still will just want to keep up the intensity. We talk about those 2 fastest losers will make it through. Last turn here for April Zug. She gets that one done.
Come on, April, you got it. There
Not
we go.
Super convincing,
A little bit, little unstuck there, but
she'll need to get back on her side as well of the pool to finish off, and she'll bring that home for a victory. So a good job, April Zug. Maybe just the one kind of blemish that last turn, but nevertheless looking real good for the win.
yes, looking great. And this is our last heat of round 3 for the women. So we will find out who those times are for the top 2 advancing, so that everyone back at home, so that you can know. I'm sure you're on the edge of your seat. So let's see, we've got first place winners from this round. We had Seychelle Webster, Gianisa Vecco, Suzak Molinero, Katarina Stenta, Shay Bowdy, and April Zilg, all moving on to the quarterfinals. And it is going to be between Stephanie Scheidler, Yuka Sato, Angela Fernandez, Lynn Agaitis, Fiona Wild, and Tanya Ecker to see who gets the top 2 fastest second place advancing times to move into the quarterfinal. So we will get that information to you. And now we're gonna have Dave Bainey's gonna join me in here. The brown blur. Thank you, Paul.
All right, back in the box with the Applestees.
Yo.
Men's rounds. That was some fun women's racing. Candace, what'd you see? What'd you like about that round?
It was really exciting. Man, it's nice to see Shay back in Flash Fowdy form.
Yeah, like it's hard for me to contain myself. You know, I don't want to play favorites here, but yeah, I was really proud of her. She looked really good, and throwing down the fastest girls' time of the day, right?
Yeah, fastest time of the day. It's so exciting to watch these girls. They're friends and they're competitors, and I'm a competitor, but I'm also a fan. So when I'm watching, I want to cheer for them and yell into the camera, "Go, you got this, you can do it." But I have to kind of hold myself back, like you said.
Absolutely. Everyone's such good friends on tour. It's like cheering literally for everybody.
Yeah, so this next heat, we've got Casper. Casper is one of the fastest, if not the fastest sprinter around. Coming up against, we need to get the heat sheets here, but
I believe this was Boris Ginvrese.
no, Boris is not here. We need to get ID on our paddler in yellow here. But Casper leading the rankings right now, so he's looking at a possible world title after this event, which I was talking to him at the ISAs, and he wasn't actually expecting. He wasn't necessarily his goal this year. He was more focused on the sprint world title. He missed the first distance race of the year, but he's had some really great sprint results, and he did have some decent distance result in the second and third event of the year. And then he also won Red Bull Heavy Water, which gives him a first place distance result for the one that he missed. That's what's bumped him up in the rankings. So if he has a good showing at the Paris Sup Open, he could take home the whole world title not just the sprint world title, which was what he was originally aiming for at the beginning of the
Yeah,
season.
pretty much bonus for Casper. As you said, he wasn't really going for the world title, but winning that Red Bull Heavy Water put him in position, and now he's focused and he wants the world title. So
Yeah.
definitely going for it this week. Casper famously on that 12-6 board for these sprints.
Casper using a smaller board and a shorter paddle, but with a bigger blade. He likes that 101 quick blade for the sprints. It's a little shorter, so you get a little bit lower, a little more leverage, but a bigger blade to catch more water each stroke. Here we go to his feet, a little bit of that staggered stance you can see that's really powerful. Taking all the strokes on his left side on this until the turn, really quick turn. So he's already on the straightaway while the other competitor is still completing the turn.
Yep, you can see the split screen shot right there. Casper definitely making it to the second buoy first. So Casper currently in the lead here. 12-6, whipping around that buoy. Casper's so good at doing that buoy turn and really accelerating out of the turn. So Casper looking pretty comfortable this round. You see him looking ahead. You can tell he's got a pretty decent lead. There's the midway point. So Casper already crossed the midway point. This is going to be his last turn into the finish. So Casper able to get that 12-6. He's got to be stoked on that one.
Really, really stoked, relieved to move on to the quarterfinals. So for this round 3 event, it'll be just the winners moving on.
Yep.
No time, just first place in each heat, man-on-man heats.
Yeah, so Casper doing mistake-free sprint racing. We got a little bit of a banger of the next heat. We got Itzel Delgado from Peru versus Mo Freitas from Hawaii. It's going to be a fun next heat to watch as we see Casper getting the post interview. He can barely breathe. But Casper, one of the great ambassadors of our sport. Look, he's fired up.
He's got a great fan club right there.
He does. Look at all those flags. So we'll see Casper in the next round.
Really happy on that heat. Casper didn't have quite the showing that he's used to at the ISA World Championships. He was actually coming into that event sick. He missed the sprint races because of being sick and gave that position to his teammate Christian Polar Bear, and didn't quite have the showing in the technical races that he's used to either, but he's looking like he is fully recovered and healthy, and he's ready to fight for that world title.
Absolutely. I got a chance to talk to Casper, and he was saying he's feeling healthy, feeling ready, he's excited, and
he's on a 14
he's
actually
looking great
on that last heat.
So here we go, Mo Freitas in red. You see him right there. Itzel Delgado in yellow, and they're off. Both racers up real quick. You see Itzel jumping out of the start line real fast. Let's see his first buoy turn here. First buoy turn's been pretty critical. Real tight on that one, Itzel, but Mo's already around. Mo's looking really quick.
Mo's a really powerful paddler. He hasn't been on the race scene quite as much this year, but he's definitely staying fit, doing lots of work at home in Hawaii on the island of Oahu. And here we got Itzel working his way around. Looks like Mo's getting a little bit of an edge over Itzel in this heat so far, but they've got 2 more turns to complete.
Yeah, Mo looking pretty fresh. It might even be an advantage that he hasn't So we got the final buoy turns here. Itzel Delgado taking this one real tight. Let's see if he can catch up to Mo. Looks like Mo's gonna cruise to this first place, but we'll see where Itzel ends up in the time. So nice, fast racing from both Mo and Itzel Delgado. And we did get word, Casper was given that interview with that advancement. He's solidified the Sprint World Championship.
Oh, wow.
Not the overall World Champion, but he is the official Sprint World Champion of 2019.
Well done, Casper. That he has achieved his goal that he set for himself.
Yeah.
But he's got another one, I think, that he's going to try to tick off this
Everything
weekend.
else, I guess, is extra credit for him. So congrats to Casper, the fastest man on the planet.
All right, Paul's going to come in here and join you for one of these next heats.
All right, we're going to welcome Paul back in here. Thank you, Apple Steez. We'll get Apple back on the mic for some women's action. How's that last heat? Did you get to see Itzel and Mo? They were going pretty fast.
Oh man, absolutely smashing it. I tell you what, you get a real different, obviously we're up here in our commentary position watching the screen, but when you're down by the water's edge, you get a great view, not only the speed, but just coming into the turns, like the momentum.
Yes.
It's pretty cool to see how technical it is to use that technique at basically going 100%.
Yeah, for sure. You know, the racers are going, upwards of 9 miles an hour coming into that corner, and to throw on the brakes and do that big old buoy turn in a tight space and with a 14-foot board, that is definitely not easy. So it looks like we got Claudio Nica versus Martin Vitri in the next round. Martin Vitri riding that 12-foot sis. Claudia is on the 14-foot board. Claudia, known for sprint racing. So this is going to be another banger of a heat.
So these two will get ready on the start position. And feels like just the energy's kind of ramped up. The crowd's filled in as well. We're getting down, into kind of post-lunchtime afternoon and getting a little bit more serious, obviously, as we progress through the rounds. It just feels like that intensity's ramping up. I love it.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Like, when there's a consequence round, that's when it starts getting interesting. So definitely you can feel the pressure now that we're getting into the elimination rounds. Claudio right there in red, freshly minted sprint champion, world champion, ISA World Games in El Salvador just last week. Look at that technique, nice and low, pops up quick. And Martin Vitri in yellow, the Frenchman as well, as you see Claudio blast by the screen. Let's see Martin's 12.6 turn. Pretty good, Martin with that speed haircut, but looks like Claudio might have been out of the gates just a little bit quicker. Oh, virtual tie right there.
Wow.
Great shot by the camera, midway point.
So this is the trickier, relatively speaking, of the two turns. I just thought maybe he just lost a touch of speed on his previous turn as he came through. It was kind of nice tight radius, but just came out with a little less speed.
Yep,
than he possibly
another
could have
great
done.
shot right there. Looks like Claudio's about just a nose ahead of Martin at that point. So it's coming down to these final buoy turns. See who can get out of that buoy turn quick. This is going to be one of the closest finishes we've seen. Again, virtual tie.
Not much in it at all. Crucial last turn here.
Oh! Martin goes down. That's going to cost him big time. Looks like Claudio's going to take this round, but we'll see how Martin ends up time-wise, though.
Wow, and look, even with that, how close it was with the fall, and that has got to hurt, because even losing it, getting off the board, he came in, not even half a board length behind.
Yeah, you could just see Martin, how disappointed he is in himself with that last buoy turn. With that ending, as he pointed out, without that buoy turn, I say he takes that heat, because look how close it was with that fall even. So Martin Vitri's got to be a little bummed not to nail that last buoy, but who knows, he might have a fast enough time to crawl them up into advancement.
So the Frenchman there, you see, visibly a little bit disappointed with himself. Didn't lose a whole lot of time, admittedly, when he lost it. Then straight back, almost before he was making his movement back on, almost before he'd finished, kind of fallen off.
Yeah.
He got straight back up on the horse, but will cost him. Let's see.
Yeah, and I think when you're going around that buoy, you take a quick look to see where you are in position with your opponent, and sometimes you could get ahead of yourself. It almost looked like Martin was thinking ahead of himself a little bit, and it cost him some time. I'm just kidding. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. At the end of this round, they're going to obviously first place automatic advancement. Then they go to, I think, the top 2 fastest scores, or fastest times, rather, advance through as well. So we'll pay close attention to Martin Vitry and Itzel Delgado, for that matter. Both fast times, but taking second in their heats. As the crowd continues to fill in here, this is the APP World Tour. Thanks for tuning in. We're live from Paris, France, at the Nautique trade show. And we're just stoked to be here to have this unique experience under the lights, sprint racing, world's top athletes on showcase here. And you see Lincoln Dews staying loose for his next round. Lincoln, his personal boards didn't make the trip. He's had to borrow some boards. It's been interesting watching him choose which ones. I believe in his first round, he ended up borrowing a Sonova board, 14-footer. You can see right there, he switched with Martin Vitry. He opted for a 12-6 this round. So interesting change up for him. And it's always got to be a little difficult. You know, these athletes get so used to their personal equipment. They have things set up the way exactly they want to come and try a board, even though it's really good boards and top athletes' other boards. It's just not the same. It takes a little bit to get used to it. So Lincoln already riding 2 different boards. We'll see how he fares against Leonard Nicka in yellow. Leonard Nicka, brother of Claudio Nicka from the last round. He's on that 14-foot starboard. I believe that's a sprint. Tailor-made for these sprint races, but you know, I want to say the RS is probably a little more favorable in the bumpy, choppy conditions. Up and going. Here's red, Lincoln Dews, closest to the screen. In the foreground, yellow, Leonard Nicka. Let's watch this first buoy turn. Lincoln on that 12-6, whips it around pretty quick. Leonard Nicka as well. No hesitation on that 14, out of the gates real fast.
Looking pretty speedy in the booth as well. Us two just glued to the action. Can't take your eyes off it. How's that turn? It looks like he's got an advantage here. Nicka came out of that one maybe just slightly quicker. Lincoln is gonna need to give it everything. Tricky on that crossover, maybe just a slight advantage still with yellow. On the other side of the pool from my camera position here, let's check this turn, crucial, a third one. And this one's super close here, Dave. This is a great matchup.
Yep, and it looked like Lincoln might have had just a slight edge, but look, tied. That was virtually tied. It's gonna come down to this last buoy. Let's see, 12-6 versus 14. Toe side versus heel side, I believe. Oh, toe side. Oh, Leonard.
There it is. And that's it.
He's got to get up quick, though. He still has a chance to qualify through the time trial. But Lincoln's going to wind it down. He's got this one in the bag. So right there, that could be a good example of the 14 versus 12.6. Leonard got a little bit, off course, and the 14 hung up and hit the nose on that buoy. If that was a 12.5-foot board, maybe he makes that turn.
Hit the buoy and then almost kind of got the wrong side of it, didn't he, with the nose? Had to kind of back up a little bit to bring it around. It was a costly fall. Great job, that man. That was a super close race up until that point, but it just goes to show you got to make all 4 of these maneuvers count, these turns around the buoy. If not, there is very little margin for error at this level of competition. We're looking at the fastest paddle athletes in the world down here. And it is the narrowest of margins, making it count. Let's keep on rolling through as we see a brand new heat getting ready here. I tell you what, that intensity is palpable in the atmosphere now.
So we got a replay, Paul. Watch this last buoy turn, Leonard Nicka. So you can see he's in the lead at the point, but unable to get that 14 around that buoy. And so just talking about the board debate, 12.6 versus 14 in this sprint format. Had he made that turn with a 12.6, we don't know. But Leonard Nicka, costly mistake there at the end. We got another banger of a heat coming up. Tituan Poyu, New Caledonia versus Danny Ching. So we got another 12.6 versus 14-foot board, or duel. Tituan on that 14-foot NSP and Danny on the 12.6. So I would expect to see the 12.6 of Danny get out of the hole quicker, maybe be first to that first buoy. But Tituan, he's such a good paddler. We'll see if he can gain ground during the straightaways. And there they go. So Danny up first. You can see his cadence quite a bit faster just from the get-go. That 12.6, the shorter, lighter boards tend to jump out quicker out of that hole. Looks like Danny's around the buoy first. There's Tituan. He's really going to lay it down on this midsection to try to catch some ground. Looks like Danny is about a board length ahead by the midway point. Danny on that 12.6 making the toe side turn. Tituan heel side looks pretty smooth. Tituan opting for the flat deck NSP board. Oh, he's made some ground, Paul. Danny and Tituan virtually tied.
This is another great matchup. Listen to the roar of that crowd. They know it too.
Oh!
And a huge error there from the New Caledonian as he'll go down kind of inexplicably really early in the turn to make that fall. Almost like the body turn, but the board didn't. He didn't get on the tail enough, couldn't pivot.
Yeah, and this was stacking up to be such a good race. It looked like Danny was quicker around the buoys, and Tituan was a touch quicker in the flats. And T2, he's got to be bummed. We've seen him fall in the sprint races quite a bit this year. London, he had a spill. In Japan, he had a spill. And both those events, he had the dugout style boards. This one, he went for the flat deck. But still making that mistake, so it's obviously going to cost him. He's got to cross that line, though. He still has a time trial behind him, but Tituan just kind of surrendering to that one, knowing that any mistake when it comes to these rounds is going to cost you big time.
We've said it time and time again throughout the day. It's so important to get these turns around the buoy nailed clean and obviously quick as well. But even if you do slightly on the side of caution, you do have the opportunity to make up time. What you definitely don't want to do is fall off.
Yep, so into the next heat. We got a cool little matchup. We got Michael Booth versus Christian Anderson. So Michael, more of the powerful, smaller or shorter rider, with Polar Bear, taller, a little more lanky, more like a Casper, and Michael more of a Danny kind of style. So power versus high cadence.
Should get some noises out of our Danish fan contingent as well. We heard them earlier. Pretty vociferous down here. Crowd really adding to the occasion. See Anderson poised, very calm and measured before the starts.
Yep, so it looks like flat water board versus all conditions board. Christian Anderson on that Fanatic board that he always rides. More of an all conditions style planing hull. Michael Booth on the famous sprint flat water boards where Michael tends to ride that board and everything, downwind and all.
So opting to wait, standing up to the last possible moment there, Michael Booth. Now he
that's good that you point that out, because the sit-down starts with that dugout board is more difficult than the flat deck. So maybe Boothie, I don't know, maybe like cramps his legs or something and tries to keep him more free, but he's going to have to rest his bottom on the board.
Yeah,
he cannot do a knee start.
Still not in the start position yet, kneeling at the moment, and he will need to get that bum on the deck or close to it. So just final instructions, this one. Getting the horses back in the gate, so to speak. And a little bit of a chat going down there between the Aussie and our French announcer down here for the crowds. Sitting alongside race director Anthony Vela. And a cool customer, Christian Anderson. Doesn't seem to be rattled at all by any delays in proceedings so far. He's been ready for a best part of a couple of minutes now. All right. So let's get this one underway. I can't wait to see how this one plays out. Yep. Still waiting for a clean start position from our two athletes at the moment. The Aussie in the yellow there now. You see him get off the knees.
See how awkward it is to sit in those dugouts. There you go. See, you have to touch the deck. Like he can't be off the deck like that. So.
All right, and we are off here. So here we go. We will see the young Dane take on the more experienced Aussie. Here goes Anderson, first turn. Look at him just stomp that tail and swing it around sweetly. And he'll definitely the advantage on that first turn from him. Comes out quicker. Let's see the pickup speed here of Booth. Can he come back at the young Dane? As we'll watch him come into his turn, but definitely Anderson at the moment out in front. He'll just run up that board, get back into his position. So let's see how they cross over here. A good, probably close to almost 2 board lengths in front. Can he keep the pace up, the youngster? He's looking good so far in this one. Gets his third turn nailed out. A little wobble from the Aussie as well through that one. So that lead looking pretty healthy so far for the young Dane. What's Booth got in the final stages of this one?
Yeah, Boothie having a little bit of trouble around the buoys. You know, with that flat water board, the planing hulls definitely have an advantage. Obviously, Boothie's such a great paddler, managing it well, but it looks like Christian Anderson's going to take this one out. Boothie still has a shot with his time. It's pretty close, actually, right there. But Christian, your current junior world champion from ISA, continuing his dominance in the sprint races. So that's got to feel good for Christian to beat someone like Michael Booth in this late in the rounds. Look at, he's stoked.
Smiles on the dials of the Danish contingent in the crowd, and of course one of our Danish athletes, Christian Andersen, and loving that. Good victory for him. Good margin in that one. Did come back a little bit, Booth, towards the end of that one, but nevertheless a good board length, which is over this pretty short distance. That's a pretty healthy margin of victory for the youngster.
Yeah, it's so cool the angles we get with the camera, because, you know, Christian was quicker in the buoy turns, but by the end of that, Boothie was able to gain ground on the flats. And if you really think about it, that makes a lot of sense because Boothie has that really strong, fast, straight line speed, and Anderson has that quick, feathery, technique around the buoys. So, I mean, really good matchups right now.
So that's it for our 24th heat for the men so far today, round 3. Couple more heats to bring you in this one. Connor Baxter coming up in the next one. He'll be in the yellow. Connor has lost the leggings, just going for a straight boardie
Yeah,
look,
he's going
straight
more
trunks.
casual now, more casual. But yeah, Connor Baxter, another 12-6 in the draw. Connor riding his all-star board. That starboard's more all-around design, flatter deck. And he's going to go up against Tom Aubert, the Frenchman, on a 14. So another good, intriguing matchup, I would say.
Aubert with that wicked come from behind early on against Danny Ching this morning, which got the crowd in its loudest voice at that point of the day. And he'll be looking to hope to curry the favour of the Parisians here. Of course, the Paris Sup Open coming at you from the Salon Nautique, the French boat show, right downtown Paris. We're maybe about a mile south of the Eiffel Tower, straight west of Notre Dame. Iconic landmarks in the heart of the French capital, and the world's fastest paddlers out in the water here, sprinting for glory. Day 1 of a 2-day competition out in the river. Tomorrow the River Seine, in the pool today. Connor Baxter poised and ready to go. Tom Aubert, and a quicker start there for the American. Much quicker from him, the Frenchman, with a little bit of catch-up to play. Let's see how it gets his first turn done. It's nice and clean. It's smoothly done from him. Maybe he made up a bit of time there. Look at the cadence of the stroke work, though, from Connor Baxter. He's going at this.
Yeah, Connor Baxter was first up to his feet. He was the first one to get a paddle in the water. So had a slight advantage on the turn. Now it's going to his strong side. So looks like he's got the jump on this buoy turn, but Tom hanging in there. And it's interesting talking to Connor a little earlier today, opting for the 12-6. And he actually has a specific sprint paddle. It's a different length and a bigger blade. And Connor, famously known for that choke down stroke, he said his paddle is short enough that he doesn't use the choke down stroke during this.
He's looking good in this one, isn't he, so far? That last turn he did was real textbook from him, and he's opened up a pretty healthy lead. Tom Aubert has got a job of work to come back in this one here. And look, just no let up at all with another great turn there from Baxter.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And that,
oh, my
just
gosh.
The commentator's curse. Unbelievable.
Connor.
And this, wow, what are we seeing here? Tom Aubert.
Wow.
Almost
wow.
handed a victory on a platter from nowhere. Looks like Baxter just did enough to recover that one, but not by much.
That was a crazy angle because it didn't look like Connor was as close to the finish line as he actually was. But, man, that was the biggest wipeout we've seen. He went head first.
He's straight over the handlebars.
I'll be surprised if he didn't hit his head. I mean, for real. Like, look, he's doing that just for fun. But that first one, that was the craziest wipeout we've seen thus far.
So just goes to show, putting all that intensity into the stroke, coiling that body, narrow margins, you get it slightly wrong in the chop, get your weight over your toes, and he will go down.
Yeah. And lucky for Connor, he was super close to the finish line. Had he been, a couple board lengths behind, Tom would have beat him. So watch this replay right here. Connor comes in. Look at that, the big chop just goes over the bars. Look at the crowd just stunned. They're all, what? So the finish line was right there, and look at how close it is. Boom. And then Tom, you'll see his board just come in right after. So Connor with a big lead on that one. That was wild.
Getting it done the hard way, but enough. Good enough for a recovery. He comes in soaking wet. Certainly the wettest athlete we've had so far this morning.
Wet and wild.
basically went in chin first. It was real awkward. Back scorpioning a little bit as he went under, but recovering well. Tom O'Bear, well, his first round heat, basically against Danny Ching. Ching fell and he capitalized. Couldn't quite do it in that one, but certainly given us a dramatic finish. Crowd enjoying it. Tom O'Bear.
Maybe Connor saw a euro at the bottom of the pool or something, diving for nickels.
Yep. Absolutely. Trying to cobble together some changes. The world's second most expensive city, Paris.
Yeah.
Apparently behind Singapore.
No way.
So, yeah, not a cheap place to be. Also, the world's second most visited city in 2018, behind Bangkok, Thailand.
I could believe that because the line at the Eiffel Tower is always so long. I've never actually gone to the top of it because the line's always so big. I have not to. But we got up next our current world champion, Arthur Rutkin, in red. You see him there on the screen. It looks like he's against Paolo Marconi from Italy. So we haven't seen Arthur since round one.
All right, here we go.
Oh, he takes a slip on his paddle, unable to grab the top, but he's back in real quick. Arthur out of the gates. Let's see if Paulo was able to capitalize on Arthur's slip. Looks like he's just a bit ahead of Arthur. Arthur digging deep though. We'll get the split screen right there. Looks like Arthur made some ground there, pretty much tied right there, huh, Paul?
Yeah, little slip at the start on the paddle. Looks like he recovered it at that first crossover. Let's watch this turn. Nicely done on the toe edge. The heel edge, by contrast, from the Italian Paolo, also pretty clean from him. They'll cross over here, pretty close to each other. And look like Arthur Arutkin, the Frenchman, just slightly out in front, and a slightly more tired looking Italian approaches that last turn. There's another nice turn there from Arutkin. And you can see on the face there, just feeling it.
Yeah, it looks like Paulo had a little bit of a hang up on that last buoy turn, cost him a little bit. And you can see the flat deck style board versus the dugout. Definitely an advantage on these technical buoy turns. As Arthur struggling just a bit.
Oh,
Arthur goes down.
Unbelievable. So, can Paolo capitalize here? Looks like he can. And he's going to get there, and that's an upset. And once again, one of our top seeds, our top-rated athletes, gets a spill on the home straight, Dave.
That was pretty impressive. Paulo was able to keep his wits about him. He flipped that buoy, got his eyesights on Arthur, saw that Arthur was standing in the water, and he picked it up. He's able to beat Arthur by about a half a board length. So we'll see how that ends up for Arthur in the overall times. Here's a replay of that fall, or here's the end. Paulo just stoked. And Arthur, so we'll have to see what his final time was to see if he qualifies for those final positions. But Paulo automatically into the next round, the quarterfinals.
So certainly something of an upset there. You're watching the Frenchman Arthur Arutkin bow out. That's going to wrap up round 3 of the men. And we will be coming back with more women's action. Just powering on through. Our Italian there, Paolo, just keeping himself in the race right till the end. A narrow margin. He had to come from behind. His adversary fell.
All right,
the nod.
hey, well, I just got word that it sounds we're going to take a little break. They're going to reset the buoys.
Nice.
So please stay tuned, you guys. We're going to be back with the women's next round here from Paris. appworldtour.com. Keep it locked. Yeah. Hey, can you throw the graphic up? 5 minutes to reset the buoy. Yeah, do one, bro. That's fun. It's fun, huh? I love the wipeout. I'm doing the complete opposite. I'm getting cold.
All right. That was a fast heat right there.
Woo! Up to quarterfinals in the women's event.
After the quarterfinals, wonder if we have a replay of that last one. It'd be great to see, but I'm not sure. We might be moving on right to the next heat. Giannisa and Yuka Sato. Giannisa Vecco and Yuka Sato. I'm sorry, what is this next heat? Let's see. We've got Giannisa and Suzak Molinero. Giannisa Vecco and Suzak from Spain. Peru and Spain going head to head, trying to make it into the next round, which would be the semifinals.
So just 8 athletes left in the draw. Which of these two can secure a spot in that first semi-final? Bottom of his shot there, the Peruvian, the Spaniard in yellow. Both in that seated position, you look how awkward it is.
So that last heat actually had some pretty huge implications. I'm not sure if it's for certain, but Seychelles winning that last heat, she may have just secured her world title. But we're gonna get confirmation on that from our race director, our event director, Tristan Boxford. We've got some plugging and chugging of numbers to do. Here we go, we got heat number 2. Suzak to her feet very quickly. Ponytail flying, moving that black and white razzle dazzle. Here we go, we got Giannisa paddling on her right side, really close up to that wall on that first transition, doing a cross bow. Looks like Suzak is already around that last buoy. I think she's a bit ahead. We'll see right here on this angle. Yep, looks like she crossed that center point. 2 more turns to go.
Suzak swinging around this buoy turn. She needs to hit the gas here. We'll follow that blade going in the water. It looks like she's got a decent bit of lead
She
going.
does. But don't count Giannisa out. She's powerful. Looks like she may have made up a little bit of ground on that last one. They got 1 more buoy turn to go. Looks like Suzak's coming around. And Giannisa's still on the turn, so it looks like Suzak's going to take out this heat, move on to those semifinals. And she crosses. Or do they have 1 more to go? Oh, sorry, 1 more, folks. 1 more turn to go. These women are so fast. I'm losing track.
Right, a little bit of an error there. And just terms of the line in, got herself on the wrong side of the buoy. Had to then go outside to make that turn in the correct direction. As we will see Suzak bring this one home. And she gets across the line. Not by a huge margin, but nevertheless gets it done, gets into that semi-final, secures her spot. And these matchups, well, they just get better and better each time. Can't wait to see how this next quarterfinal goes down.
This next one, we've got Shea Foudy coming up against Caterina Stenta. So the USA against Italy. It'll be interesting to see how these two match up. Caterina is quite a fast sprinter, but I think Shea has a little bit of the edge on the turns. We'll see how this one stacks up. And then heat number 4, that one's going to be a nail biter, folks. We've got April Zilg, current number 2 title contender, coming up against potential spoiler Fiona Wild, who had the 2nd fastest time in the last round.
We thought she might have done. It looked like a fast one, didn't it? Even
Yeah.
coming in 2nd place. She was on a bit of a tear in that one. Gets herself a spot as one of the fastest losers. Now's a quarter-final berth. So we've already decided our first semi-final. Stakes just getting higher and higher throughout the afternoon here in Paris. Of course, the Paris Sup Open sprint day today out in the pool. Paris Exhibition Centre. It's the Salon Nautique, the boat show. Tomorrow we'll be out on the River Seine for
yeah, we do have that first semifinal. It's going to be Seychelles coming up against Suzak. All right, here we go. Paddlers getting ready on the line. Katarina, Shea Foudy in the red, Katarina in the yellow.
Okay, looks like we're all happy and in position and ready to go.
These starts are so important. Those seconds getting to your feet really count in a short race like this. Waiting for starters' orders. So Anthony's telling them to hold. Calling a false start to the field. Not allowed to surge forward at all. So in the event of a false start, the first one goes to the field, the second one is a disqualification. There we go, to their feet. Looks like Shea getting in a few strokes ahead of Katarina, but both ladies flying. A little bit of a staggered stance from Shea. Coming into that first turn. Nice. Shea does a really good job of turning her board entirely out of the turn before paddling. Here we go, Katarina really moving that razzle-dazzle. This is a tight heat. Very tight heat. Here we go, we got Katarina coming in for that second turn. It's gonna be a backside pivot turn for her. Getting a little bit stuck on the buoy there. That's gonna cost her.
Almost looked like a bit of friction, right, on the
Yeah,
plastic.
she went to turn a little bit too soon. Let's see where they're at as they come across the pool here. Shea, ooh, just about a half a board length ahead, so can't let up for a second. Any sort of bobble could really affect the positioning.
Not loads.
Here we
in it
go.
at
Oh,
this
she's
stage.
coming a little bit wobbly, but sticking it. Here we go. We got a front side turn. So typically the front side turn is a little bit slower of a turn for most paddlers just because of the balance over that inside rail. Here we go. Let's see where they're at. Oh, looks like Katarina is just a nudge ahead. It's going to come down to this last buoy turn.
Wow,
this is a really exciting heat.
Katarina came right back at her and got in front. Let's see how this goes down. We're watching the last turn here from Shea. She gets it done pretty clean.
Oh,
it's
wow.
slightly sticky from Katarina.
And they look like they're both, this is a neck and neck. We might have a photo finish here. Oh, Shea, just by a bit. That was an exciting one.
Katarina's last turn just ended up costing her.
Yeah.
And then she maybe just didn't have quite as much left for the final sprint as well to the finish line. But that was a close call there. A relatively little bit of a wobble for Shea as she looked to have a reasonable, well, a slight advantage and somehow got overtaken at the midway point in the race.
There we go. We could see Shea crossing that red center line first. Really great camera angles today. All right, this next heat is really gonna be a nail biter. So we have April. April needs to do really well in the sprints. She needs to, I think, get a first or a second in the sprints. I'm not sure exactly the points allocation, but I believe she needs to get a first or a second place finish in these sprints. She definitely needs to advance, I think, to keep her title hopes alive. We will have confirmation on all of that throughout the rest of the day, but I know she has to be in the pointy end of the results after today.
Our final stop of the year, crowning world champions in Paris, City of Lights, La Vie Lumière, as they say in French. Be shedding some light on that world title race as we get the numbers crunched throughout proceedings. Of course, a whole day of competition to come tomorrow from the river. All about the sprints today and all about this last and fourth quarter final. Who's going to take up the fourth spot in the semis? One of these two Americans. And in intense competitors, both of them. Game face is very much on.
Very much. Fiona knows that she could play spoiler here. And while everyone here, you know, are friends, they're also competitors. So this is definitely a challenging heat to be in. It's a challenging one to watch. I'm not gonna lie, my heart's pumping over here for these girls.
All right, we're underway
All right,
here.
to their feet.
Pretty even from the get-go.
Both girls, there's April in that little bit of staggered stance. You get a lot of power out of your stroke there. She's going to want to have a nice tight turn. There we go, coming out of that turn. Looks like Fiona had a pretty quick one as well. And that sprint board, that board really moves. I know that in these flat conditions.
Pretty hard to tell from that angle where we are at this stage. Let's see as we come out of this turn and then go back towards the line. That'll be the halfway mark. That is a little bit slow.
That was
there.
a little bit slower of a turn from her, so they might be a little more even. Oh, this is exciting.
Okay, this is going to be the halfway point in the race right here. Not super revealing from that angle, so this is an absolute nail-biter as you thought, Candice.
You want to have a really smart, calculated turn here. You don't want to let off the gas into that turn too soon, but here we go. Let's see what's happening here. Looks like April might be a little bit ahead of Fiona at this point, but they still have one turn to go. Fiona is a really powerful sprinter. She's on that recessed deck board, which makes her a little lower to the water, which the lower you are to the water, the more leverage you have on your paddle, the more powerful you are. You're allowed to ride a narrower board and still stay stable. Ooh, and April's already out of her turn. She wants to keep her title hopes alive. Here we go. Let's see if she's going to do it. And she does. Whew. I'm sure Seychelles was watching that one from the wings with intent. Way to go, April. Congratulations.
Finished really strong,
Really
didn't she?
strong. Oh, this is getting exciting, folks.
Those last two turns, she just nailed them and really kept up the speed as well.
April's going to come up against last year's world champ, Shay Foudy. Shay Flash Foudy. That's going to be an exciting one. All right, I'm going to bring Dave back in the booth here to call these next men's heats. And I'll be back to join you for the women's semifinals. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Candice. Merci beaucoup. We'll bring back in Dave Bainey as we'll switch over to the men's side of competition. It's the Paris Sup Open final event of our City Sup festivals. Gone around the world, Japan, the United Kingdom, United States, back in Europe for France. Paris, to be precise, the French capital. So that settled it for our women. Just 4 left in the sprint event for the women. And getting ready on the start line. And there it is, first quarterfinal. Kasper Steinfath out of Denmark, the Viking, taking on Mo Freitas from Hawaii. 2 of the absolute fastest athletes in the field, and by virtue of that, the fastest in the world. 1,000-yard stare there from Freitas. He's taken on the Viking. He's going to need to bring his best work. Kasper, cap on backwards. Looking relatively composed and casual, just breathing a bit, focusing the breath.
Yep, Kasper looking focused and ready for this matchup with Mo Freitas. Kasper's got a lot on stake here for a world title. It was announced he is the sprint champion this year, but he has an opportunity to win the overall world title which I know became a goal of his once he started finding out he was in the mix after the Red Bull Heavy Water victory he had. Mo, on the other hand, has been absent from the APP race tour this year, concentrating on some stuff at home. So, you know, he's paddling pretty loose and free and nothing to lose, and he looks fresh.
Let's see what he's got in this quarterfinal. Crowd there, right on the water's edge. Pretty tight dimensions on this pool. So getting real close to the action, as are we at poolside here for the Paris Sup Open. And you can see Casper's got his beak quite a long way over the start-finish line there. He's have to just rewind a little bit. It's the APP Tour, wrapping up the City Surf Festivals in Paris, France, and we're off here. And the Danish contingent vociferous as ever. Look at Casper Steinfath. He is going absolute hammer and tongs on that opening part of the race. Good, clean turn from him on the toe side. Mo Freitas, not too shoddy from him either, but he's got a job of work on his hands here as he takes on the Dane. They'll cross over for the first time. Now there's the heel swing from Casper again, nicely done. And then Freitas not doing too much wrong either. Let's see where they are. This will be the halfway stage of the race. Not much in it. Advantage Casper, but not by a whole lot.
Yeah, let's see, watch Mo with a nice cross step to get to the back, but it does look like he's slightly behind Casper. Casper on that 12.6, able to jump out really quick. Mo's looking pretty solid though in the straightaways. Little bobble right there. You can hear Mo's dad with the famous words, "Go Mo," in the background. Mo gets a bobble, looks like he went in. So Mo goes down, and he's just gonna succumb to defeat. Casper's gonna take this one.
So Mo Freitas getting a spill on the last turn. But even if he hadn't, he was still a little way behind. Not a massive way back, but Casper Steinfath opened up flying and never looked back there, Dave.
Well, obviously if you're going against the current sprint world champion, APP world champion, newly minted world champion, Casper Steinfath, that's going to be a tough task. But Mo Freitas, he knows if you make any mistakes versus someone like Casper, you're virtually not going to have any chance. So Mo, good sportsmanship right there. He's got to be stoked to make it out to Paris. I know he's going to Gran Canaria for the final event of the APP as well. So Mo's vacation not over yet, but we will see Casper continue on with his campaign for sprint dominance here in Paris.
So first semi-finalist will be the Dane Sprint World Champ. Now let's think about this matchup in our second semi-final. How do you like the way this one's shaping up?
Yeah, this matchup, I mean, all the matchups are pretty interesting, and I'm excited to watch them as it gets down to these quarterfinals. And Leonard Nicka, or that's Claudia Nicka, my apologies, you know, known for sprint racing. He's on a 14-foot flat water style board. Lincoln Dews in yellow from Australia, opting for the 12.6 board again. More of an all-around design, so we'll see how this comes to play. As we've seen, there's no room for error at this stage of competition. So we got Australia versus Italy, 14-foot versus 12.6.
Claudio Nica just getting his breathing, his focus, getting everything prepared to duel it out with the Aussie Lincoln Dews for a spot to take on semi-finals from Paris, the Paris SUP Open 2019, second year back here in the French capital. Day one of our 2 days of competition in the pool for the sprints. Not disappointed so far. Italian looking very relaxed. Feeling any pressure? He's certainly not showing it. Once again, we will see 4 turns around the buoy. 4 athletes ultimately make it back to the start-finish line. Whoever gets there first, quite simple, gets a spot in the semis. Yeah, a cool crowd. Maybe some of these maybe die-hard fans. Some people maybe pretty new to the sport. What a great place to check it out.
Absolutely, that's what's cool about this venue, bringing new eyeballs to the sport, as well as sub fans alike. You can see in the background the show is actually really busy. There's a lot of foot traffic here. A lot of people stopping in between their appointments to check out the action. We've had some awesome sprint racing all morning long. We're finally into the men's quarterfinal. That's red, Claudio Nicca, newly minted ISA Sprint World Champion just a week ago. So Claudio definitely on his game. Lincoln Dews as well, one of the veterans in our sport. Lincoln came out from Australia, had issues getting his boards here, so he's been borrowing boards from the crowd. You can see he's borrowing Martin Vitri's 12'6" SIC board.
All right, we are underway here. Maybe Lincoln Dews with a slightly snappier pop to his feet there. But look at that speed, just hammering Claudio Nicca, the Italian. Toe side turn from him, it's pretty crisp. Maybe comes out of that turn slightly quicker than the Aussie Lincoln Dews. As we'll see them cross over in turbulent water of their own making. Lincoln Dews there. Just look at how fluid, even the wrists, every part of that, the forearms, the elbows, the shoulders, everything going into that intense stroke. And they're going to go to the halfway stage of the race here. Who's going to go in front? There it is. It's the Italian with quite significant margin. I'm not sure what's happened to Lincoln. After a strong start, he's got a bit of ground to make up. Let's watch a turn here from the Italian Claudio. And he gets it done. Nice little cross step up. Doesn't quite finish that turn though. Needs to swing that beak around. Eventually he does. This is Lincoln Dews. They're going to play a bit of catch up here. He's got some work left to do. As we will see the last turn here from the Italian Claudio Nicca. On the hillside, real nice aggression into that one. Took it on, didn't he? And he will have a nice clean shot of the finish line here. And he will see also the Aussie with quite a bit left to do. And it will be a little bit of a relative stroll as he eases home.
Wow, really impressive paddling from Claudio right there. You know, I really like watching his sprint stroke. You know, it's a really good combination of high cadence and just like that plunging power. It's quite tailored for this style of racing. And you could tell he puts a lot of practice in on that board because his buoy turns are spot on. Some guys have been having issues on the dugout style boards today, but Claudio, he's going to be hard to beat today.
He is looking deadly out there. He's just dispatched the very highly rated Lincoln Dews. And that will be our second semi, all done and dusted. Claudio Nicca will go into the semis alongside Casper Steinfath. Coming up next, another wicked matchup. We're going to see Danny Ching take on Christian Andersen. And again, Christian Andersen, from what we've seen from him today, looks so relaxed and confident and calm on the one hand. But at the same time, what about the speed on the kid?
Yeah, Christian Andersen looked really solid so far. Danny having to battle his way through the reprecharge round. In doing so, Danny threw down the fastest time of the day at that point in time. So Danny on his 12.6 versus Christian on his 14. So we all know Danny Ching from California, legend in our sport. Christian Andersen quickly becoming a legend as well, getting his Junior World title at ISA. So this is going to be a fun matchup.
Definitely can't wait to see how this one unfolds. Will we get some drama? That last race, really so impressive, the performance from the Italian Claudio Nicca. And it's asking quite a lot. It's not just about athleticism, there's a lot of technique involved as well. Making these clean turns around the buoy. All smiles, looking very relaxed, not seem to be feeling any pressure. Danny Ching, but he will be totally up for this. A little uncharacteristic error early on from him. As you mentioned, recovered with a real fast time. But having a few giggles at the start of this one, but it very much will be down to knuckling down and focusing shortly, as they're going to get under starters orders. Without much further ado.
Yeah, and Danny, one of those guys who likes to play it pretty loose, have fun, kind of joke around before the start of the race. You know, he's not one of those intense-looking guys at the start. He likes to keep it loose and free. I think it helps him actually concentrate better. Christian, I think, is a pretty loose guy as well, but you see guys like Connor and Casper, you know, look more serious.
Christian Anderson, the baby-faced assassin. Can he take down the veteran Danny Ching? They're having a little chat over the live mic here with our announcers.
Yep, and you can see right there behind him, that's the Christian Anderson Peanut Gallery right there, the cheering section that they're talking to there. We're just having a good laugh. I think they're making bets right now with Danny and Christian kind of joking around.
All right, let's get this one underway. So, bums on decks for the starts. Seat position. Ching will be heading towards us as we look up from our commentary position. And underway, here we go. USA versus Denmark, youth versus experience. Two very talented athletes out in the water right now. You're watching Danny Ching dig in, a beautiful turn. Just stomps that tail, swings the ship around. Here is Anderson. Look at the intensity from him. This is a great duel.
Wow.
It's so close there. Nothing really much given away by that shot. Real hard to tell if there's any advantage at all. Here's a crucial toe side turn from Anderson. Gets it done. Let's pick up Ching here and see his stroke work as they will shortly cross over at the halfway points. And this one looks super close so far, Dave.
Yeah, and Danny, don't forget he's on that 12-6, so watch this buoy turn. He's been nailing these things nice and tight. And what I love about Danny, he gets out of those buoy turns pretty much faster than everyone. Christian giving it all he's got. Look at the look on his face. Looks like from that angle, Danny's have just the slightest of margins ahead. But see, it comes down to this last buoy turn for both of them.
Turn here. Anderson just maybe didn't go into that turn with as much speed as you might have expected. Ching looks like he's in the lead here. Can he bring it home? The crowd willing him on, and he'll get over the line.
That's the closest finish.
I tell you what, Anderson must have absolutely given it hammers to make up that ground. He definitely came second best out of the last turn, the Dane. He must have made up a lot of ground to get it that close.
Absolutely, and I think they're kind of checking it out. We're going to have to go to the instant replay. So we're waiting for the official call. Too close for us to call up here in the booth, Paul.
Just looked like Ching edged it, but it looked like Anderson had more speed there, but just coming slightly from behind. But they're coming out that last turn.
Sounds like Danny Ching won from the replay. So old guys rule. Danny takes on to the semifinals.
Wow, what an epic clash that one was.
Look at this replay again as we slow it down. Watch these noses.
Yeah.
Boom. Barely, like maybe a foot.
Not much. And the other thing slightly deceptive, our camera is just slightly to the right of the line as well. It's not quite on the line.
Yep.
And therefore makes just Anderson look a little bit further up than he is. But nevertheless, great comeback there. Good recovery sprint on the end from the Dane.
Yeah,
Danny
Christian
Ching
had,
just seeing
Christian
off
had
the
a good
challenge.
go at the champ, so he's got to feel good and confident on the biggest stage against the legend himself. Christian
So-
holding his own.
So
That was
far,
fun to watch.
3 reds making it through. Steinpath, Nika, Ching, all in the red jersey, making it through to the semis. Connor Baxter will be in the red in the last one, and he's taken on Paolo Marconi. That'll wrap things up for quarterfinals of the men. And we're just loving the way these are going down now. Just that pressure ramping up, the excitement. Bit of a breather there for Danny Ching. He's put in a solid shift, and he's still got a little bit of work left to do. He'll be thinking about going all the way. Certainly not the kind of guy who wants to finish in the quarters. Once you get this far, you're thinking about there's only one place you really want to finish.
Yep, and Danny, he's been joking around as the old guy, taking an extra long time to warm up. We were kind of kidding around, like, you know, because you have a lot of time off in between your heats. Obviously, they're getting closer in between heats now, but we were kind of joking around, walking around the festivities here, looking for cycles or like little warm-up bikes. And like, hey, Danny, go warm up over there. But Danny looking strong. I like to call him the icon. There's an NBA logo of the SUP. It's got to be Danny Ching with that signature stroke. And into the pool, we got Paulo Marconi, as you see, Seychelles. The girls coming up next. And Seychelles got a world title on the line, her and April.
Wow, what a day of competition it's been so far. Just day one of a great weekend here at the Paris SUP Open. Paul Evans in for the call alongside Dave Bainey. We're
Thanks for
loving
tuning
the
in.
action here. Hope you guys enjoying it too.
Hey, I've had a blast so far. If you could see our setup, we're kind of up here, virtual stadium effect. It's been super fun, and it's just starting to get to the good stuff now, Paul.
Loving it, but plenty of drama as well. Some kind of unexpected spills that maybe we didn't see coming. And who can handle the pressure? Let's see from these two. Our last quarterfinal, Connor Baxter. There he is in the red. It's been a clean sweep from red, or rouge, as they say in this part of the world. Taking on the Maillot Jaune, the yellow jersey. Paolo Marconi. Got the cap on backwards, looking kind of casual in terms of his attire, but very much focused. Look at that. Just thinking about basically going all out, nailing the transitions around the buoy. He's going to need to bring his A game to get past Baxter. Here we go, we're up underway as we will follow now Connor Baxter, making his way down towards the first turn. Here goes Marconi, and he will approach this. So toe side from Connor Baxter, and he emerged from that turn with plenty of speed, Connor.
Yeah, and don't forget Connor on that 12-6 as well. So Connor getting around that first buoy quite fast. He's got the jump on Paulo at this point. Makes another solid buoy, but let's not forget Connor fell off his board last round with probably the biggest wipeout we've seen of the day, going head first to the bottom of the pool. So this is not over yet. Connor's got the slight lead at the midway point. Paulo looking pretty smooth and confident though.
Yeah, he's going to need to up it at some point here, barring, of course, some kind of mistake from Connor Baxter, because he's a little bit behind. You saw him just sneak a little look up there, and he'll probably see the news that he's got a little bit of ground to make up here. Goes, they cross over. And here goes Baxter coming in to this turn here. Let's see how he gets it done. Pretty clean. I tell you what, it's much closer now. So that advantage maybe just been cut in half, possibly. Let's see how this comes down. Not much in
I
it
don't
at
know why
all.
Connor keeps doing that stall right there. I know it's kind of a styly, almost like a claim in a small way,
Just
but
don't want to do it too early.
you
Make
don't
sure
want
you
to do
cross
that
the
too early
line.
because, I mean, I want to say they gave that to Connor, but from our angle, I mean, I couldn't call that.
He got there, didn't he, just first, but didn't waste much time in stomping on the tail for the stall. I tell you what, you do that too early and you stop just before the line.
Absolutely, and
It'll
Paulo's got to
hurt.
feel good though. He had a good comeback. He kept that race real close, and you can see right there, Connor under his right foot, the traction pad came up. He's having to wax half of his deck, so anything goes in these sprint races.
Alrighty, so there we go. Well, it's a clean sweep for the red singlets. Our 4 semi-finalists: Casper Steinfer, Claudio Nika, Danny Ching, Connor Baxter. There are our remaining 4 athletes on the men's side of the draw. Let's cast our minds now to semi-finals of the women, and we're going to see Seychelle Webster, #1 in the world, taking on Suzak Molinero, the very talented Spaniard. It's going to be our first semi-final. The second one we'll see defending world champ Shea Fowdy take on April Zilg, of course #2 in the world, trying to come back at Seychelle Webster. April will also be watching this encounter and very much flying the Spanish flag. Can get some damage done. So just a little pause in the action before we get the women's semis underway. It's the Paris Sup Open, coming at you from the Paris Exhibition Centre, the Salon Nautique boat show here in the French capital. A couple of weeks before Christmas, pretty festive in Paris, got lights up on the streets, packed full of tourists as ever, and a great pace to be rounding off the APP World. Who is standing by with the winner of that last quarterfinal, Connor Baxter.
All right, I am down here with Connor Baxter, winner of that last quarterfinal heat. Connor, you're moving on to the semifinals. You're choosing to use a smaller board today. We've learned to do the turns quicker. Now, my question is, how do you manage all these heats, and what is your strategy getting through these sprint races today?
Yeah, it's very difficult here. You know, you have the short heat, short burst, build the lactic, no cool down, no warm up. So definitely taking my time, warming up on the sidelines, and taking my time to try to cool down a couple of strokes after the race. Trying to keep my head calm, relaxed. We're going to be going all out, going beast mode out there. So leave that for the water. And on land, just relaxing, taking deep breaths, and getting the right nutrition and supplements to keep me pushing through to the next rounds.
Awesome, great, Connor. Thank you for all that insight. You're very professional. You're coming off of so many great races this summer and this year, and we wish you the best of luck in the semifinals. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Candice. Well done, Connor Baxter. A thorough debrief from him, pretty comprehensive, talking about basically preparing and then also what he does after a clash to get himself ready. And he will be thinking, of course, about 2 more very important heats, semis, and hopefully from his point of view, a final. He's going to have to get past Danny Ching for a spot in the final. That's the second semi. We're going to flip over to women's action and bring you the first semi-final of the women's. Seychelle Webster, Suzak Molinero. They're out in the water right now, just getting their warm-ups done again. Of course, one of those sports where, you know, the pool is basically only for the races. So in terms of the warm-up, pretty hard to replicate. Can't go for a paddle anywhere else around here. We're in a trade show, so super important just to get that bit of practice done.
Yep, I think most racers, right after they get out of their heat, they climb directly back into their coat, stay warm, try to stay loose, try not to sit down too long, keep moving, walking around. I've actually seen a couple like do slight jogs.
Get the webcast on.
Yep, the
Get
whole
LOLing.
Yep,
Just loving
absolutely. Absolutely. But these semis, these are stacked. These are going to be super fun to watch. Seychelle and April, both left in the draw, both after their first world titles, currently ranked #1 and #2 in the ratings. So it comes down to this event. If one of them bows out, we'll see how that shakes up the title race for heading into tomorrow's distance.
There is Suzak Molinero on the razzle-dazzle. Just warming up the wrists. She's going to have to get past world number 1 for a spot in the final. It's definitely not beyond her. She's looked very impressive today. Yeah, the last European left in the women's side of the draw. Represent Spain.
Yep, and these 4 semifinalists, they're here for a reason. They've been the standouts all day. Minor mistakes, I mean 0 mistakes for these women. Looking really confident, and obviously finding themselves in the semis as we see a little victory or little good mojo behind Suzak with the.
I like to see the spectators doing
do
warm-ups as
yeah,
well.
the spectators are warming up for the semi.
Love it.
That was incredible.
Seychelles Webster, she's ready to get down to business. She's like, what's the hold up here? Let's go, let's do this.
Yep, and Seychelles, she just posted on her Instagram a few days ago heading up to this event. She's specifically been training sprint racing. She had a cool video of her kind of sprint stroke. She featured it in real time as well as in slow-mo. So that was cool to watch. So Seychelles definitely focused, leading the ratings, and has her eyes on her first world title. But Suzak Molinera has something else to say about that. She would love to play spoiler and make her first sprint final.
All right, shortly going to get under starters orders for the first women's semi-final. Well, number 1, Seychelles Webster taking on that woman there, Suzak Molinera, the Spaniard. Anthony Vela, our race director, on the start-finish line. Going to make sure everyone is behind the line. All right, we're underway here. You're watching Molinero, the Spaniard. Here is Seychelles Webster, current ratings leader in the box seat for the world title. A lot of racing as yet to come from the Paris Sup Open, though. Finishing off the sprint day this afternoon. Endurance out in the River Seine tomorrow. Let's check out a turn from Suzak Molinero as she will look to come back at Seychelles Webster here. They'll cross over. And it looks like Webster with a pretty reasonable margin at this stage. And then she just kind of slowed down quite a bit before that turn. Quite surprised to see that. And again, it's a little bit awkward there for Molinero. So, 2 turns, not super convincing. We're probably as we were in terms of the placement in this one. It looks like advantage Webster still at this stage. Can she bring it home?
Yeah, I would give the edge to Seychelles in the straightaways. So if I'm Suzak, I'm really trying to nail these buoy turns. That's the one spot that maybe I could have an advantage over Seychelles. But she seems to be hung up a little bit on those last 2, so it's going to be hard to beat Seychelles.
Struggling from her. She looked much crisper with the turns earlier on today, but just those last 2 are costing her. Here goes Seychelles. This will be her last turn, and then she'll come down the home straight towards the finish line. Here's Molinero. She needs to just get around this as quick as possible and absolutely go at this to the line, as we'll pick it up and see the finish from Seychelles Webster for a pretty comfortable win. Quite a bit of margin of that. That'll be nice to take into the final. Our first finalist, Seychelles Webster, advances over the Spaniard Suzak Molinero. Good job to Molinero. She's competed well once again. We risk of repeating ourselves. It's those turns that are costing the athletes, and that's what happened to the Spaniard.
Yep, so Seychelles feeling it. You can see her dancing towards the end right there. She did her job. She's straight into the final, as she knows. April knows as well that she has to make the final as well to keep this title race as tight as possible. But she's up against current world champion Shea Flash Foudy. Shea got 2nd place in this sprint race last year by the narrowest of margins. Annie Reichardt ended up taking the win last year. As we see a replay, Seychelles got out of the gates quite quickly. And And Suzak just, I feel, didn't go for it enough on the buoy turns. You know, this is a semifinals. You gotta risk it a little bit more to try to beat the top seeds like Seychelles.
Yeah, pretty comfortable margin for Seychelles. Almost looked like Suzak didn't come in with quite enough speed, and then she dug a bit too hard and then pushed herself a little bit wide halfway through the turn, had to recover. Nevertheless, a semi-final finish, and absolutely no shame in that. We'll have a consolation final as well to decide between third and fourth. So our first finalist will be Seychelles Webster, world number 1. Let's hear from her. She's standing by with Candice.
All right, I'm down here with Seychelles Webster, the winner of semifinal number 1. Moving on to the finals, how do you feel?
Oh my God, I'm so stoked right now. So, yeah, I mean, 1 or 2, I think I'm doing pretty good. So it's just one more time to go, and I feel good. So, yeah.
Throughout the day today, every heat, are you thinking about the world title in the back of your mind?
Oh, not at all. I'm just thinking about one heat at a time. I'm pretty good at that, actually. That's what you got to do, right? You distract yourself if you think about outside of the moment. So just be in the moment, one heat at a time. That's the method.
All right, you heard it from Seychelles, current world title rankings leader. One heat at a time, one moment at a time. All right, back to you guys for this second semifinal.
Thanks, Candice. Great job, Seychelles. Out in the water right now. Defending world champ, Shea Fowdy. She's not going to be able to defend that title this year. Injury troubles have kept her out of competition for the first half of the season. She's going to be taking on her compatriot, April Zilg, who is coming in herself with a shot at the world title here. She's going to need a win here to keep up with Seychelles Webster, so pressure a little bit back on Zilg. She's number 2 as well, so a little bit of work left to do. Of course, we are on the river for a big day competition tomorrow.
Yep, and Shea looking to play spoiler here. You know, she's paddling pretty free. No pressure on her. Like you said, she's not in the title race. She was injured this year. This is really her first event of the year. She did do New York kind of half injured. So Shea just having fun. April, there's got to be a little more pressure on her. She needs to make this final. And this is going to be a nail biter. Shea Fowdy, current 2019 APP World Champion. Great to see her back in action, getting fired up.
All right,
they're off.
We're underway here. Shea Fowdy just digging in hard. Look at April Zilg as well. Beautiful stroke work from her into that first turn. Who's going to come out with the advantage here? They're going to go down and meet at the start-finish line here. Let's see if we can get a look on. The advantage is certainly with April at this stage. Maybe just under half a board length in it at the moment. Let's check out this heel edge turn from Shea. Toe edge turn is much more tentative from April. That would have cost her. I wonder if it'll cost her her advantage, as we'll see them go down and cross over again here. Pretty hard to tell there. We didn't quite see the line. April is going to need a good turn here. And she just pokes that nose round, has a little look down. Look like she comes out of that one quicker. Shea is going to need to pick this up. It looks like she's in second at the moment. There's confirmation of it. Second by quite some way. She's got a bit of work to do here. And April Zilg looking pretty good at the moment. Last turn coming up here. Shea Fowdy, can she bring this one back, Dave?
April definitely has a stranglehold on this, but she did go, that was her probably worst buoy, and what a bad time to come. Shea trying to dig deep. She looks like she's hurting though. Ooh. April just gets it. So Shea gave a battle, but she did look slower the entire time. April had the door open with that final buoy turn.
She clawed it back, but something happened between turns 1 and 2. And she lost a load of ground. We didn't really see anywhere conspicuously where it happened. Let's check the recap, see if it reveals anything.
Yep, you could just see April's cadence is slightly faster than Shea's. Shea looked like she's hurting just a little bit more. Like, see this cadence is kind of slowed down. And look at that. Close as it gets.
So Shea clawing it back, but she gave herself a little bit too much work to do in the latter stages of that encounter there. So great job, April Zilk. She will take on Seisha Webster, world 1 and 2.
Yep.
They're opposite ends of the draw for a reason, exactly this reason. They're meeting in the final, a high stakes final in the sprints today, Saturday in Paris. Shea Fowdy just unable to get past April Zilk.
Yep, and congrats to April. She looked solid throughout that heat. It came down to that last buoy turn, and she left the door ever open so slightly. Almost gave it away to Shea, but Shea definitely not looking 100% yet. Was unable to hold off the beast of April Zilk. And April, we'll see her in the final, and we couldn't have wrote it any better. World rank number 1 versus world rank number 2.
Talked about what you heard. Connor Baxter talked about that valuable kind of warm down time, and that's exactly what April Zilk is doing now, just making the most of some time out in the water. She does a couple of extra supplementary laps just to warm down. Ideally, the athletes, they'd like to keep under effort until their heart rate returns to normal, just to stop that lactic acid from building up.
All right, yeah, we're gonna
And she's blowing pretty hard, April. See if we can get a word from her shortly. In the meantime, let's turn our attentions to the men's semi-finals. Think about the matchup. Casper Steinfath against Claudio Nica. We're going to rejoin for that live because we're going to go down and hear from April. She's standing by with Candice.
All right, I'm down here with April Zilk, winner of semifinal number 2. April, it's coming down to a final with you and Seychelles. Wouldn't have it any other way. How do you feel going into the final?
Oh my goodness, I feel like it has been an incredibly long season, and honestly, I'm just so thankful to be right where I am right now. I'm gonna cry. Even just top 2 right now, oh my goodness.
Wonderful. Spoken like a true ambassador of the sport. Good luck in the final, April. I'm so happy for you. Go rest.
Great job, April Zilk. Can't wait for that final. All right, let's think about Claudio Nica, who looks very comfortable and relaxed. And he's going to need to fire up to get past Casper Steinfath, ratings leader, world champion, the sprints. Overall, a little bit left to do. Certainly, sprint his strongest part of the sport.
Yeah, this is going to be a banger of a heat. These are, I would say my 2 favorites to win the whole thing if I had to guess. So, fortunately, they're meeting up in the semi. So,
I've been really impressed with Claudio's starts.
Yeah.
Not only his pop, but just the speed that he gets his first 5 to 10 strokes out is absolutely blistering.
For sure, and there's a reason these guys, spend time. They want to be known as sprinters. This is their specialty, both of them. And, both has won ISA world titles in the sprint. So it's, champion versus champion. And 12-6 versus 14. So it's all slated here.
The tension palpable in the atmosphere of the Paris arena. And you can nudge close to that line. You can't go over it. We might get Claudio told just to back up a wee bit. As he's doing that with his feet, just that reverse skull. And we're underway, here we go. First semi-final of the men. Number 1 in the ratings leader, Casper Steinfath, just smashing out the paddle strokes into that first turn. Toe edge from him, nice and clean, swoops that round. Meanwhile, it's much more protracted and drawn out, slightly awkward for Claudio. It's going to cost him big time, and he can't afford to make many mistakes against the likes of Casper Steinfath. Look at the speed into the second turn from the Dane.
That was it from the get-go. Casper nailed that first buoy turn. Claudio, probably one of the weaker turns we've seen him do all day. And what a bad time to come in the semifinal. It's going to be hard to catch up to a guy like Casper, but he's still battling back. He's probably only, I'd say, about a board length behind at the moment, so anything could happen. Let's see how Casper handles this buoy turn. Looking solid as ever. That 12-6 going around quite fast. Claudio, he's struggling a little bit more on that toe side with the 14. That's really coming into play this heat.
Yeah, big lead opening up now for the Dane. And you can see Claudio a little bit rattled. He's looking early down the line. He just wants to get that turn done really before he worries about looking. And he is a little bit out of sorts in this one. And as you mentioned, not a great time to have any wobbles. That's much more convincing as he just hikes that turn around. But meanwhile, look at Casper. And he will bring that one home. Absolutely emphatic, a huge margin of victory. Claudio Nica comes in an eternity behind him. He's had a great bunch of races today. He's had a good Saturday in Paris, but ultimately came up against a man who's something of a force of nature in the sprints. That man there, big Danish support for him. He's into the final. Who's he going to take on? Danny Ching or Connor Baxter? Find out in the very next clash. That's semi-final number 2. But let's just reflect on that performance from Casper Steinfath. Just absolutely showing no quarter.
Absolutely, you can see at this replay, the start was pretty even, but there was a big advantage in this heat with the 12.6. It was very noticeable on the toe side turns. When you see Claudio go toe side versus Casper's toe side, the 12.6 was way faster. And at the end of the day, that was a difference maker in the semifinal. So congratulations to Casper, our first finalist today. Claudio's going to bow out with the 3rd place. Still a great result. Time to regroup for the distance race tomorrow.
So Danny Ching there getting ready. Going out to take on Connor Baxter. Casper Steinfath. Just taking it all in his stride. It's a pretty fast stride he's got on him. And he is into the final looking pretty much bulletproof so far today. Hasn't really done much wrong at any stage. Looking really, really good. Let's see if we can get a word from him with Candice before the final. His final before the 2nd semi.
You are on a 14 now.
All right, let's go down and hear from Candice. She's standing by with a man of the moment, Casper Steinfath.
All right, I'm down here with Casper Steinfath, the winner of semi-final number 1 for the men. Casper, you're moving on to the finals. We're not a stranger to seeing you in the finals of sprints. How are you feeling about that last heat?
I'm feeling everything. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling tired. This felt like a final to me right here. Claudio is, in my opinion, one of the best sprinters out there. He just won in El Salvador, and you know, every heat is a final here. And I'm really stoked to be in the final and, you know, be one step closer to securing the overall world title. I think it's possible in the next heat.
Awesome. Well, good luck. We'll be cheering for you. We'll be watching intently. Get some rest, and we'll see you in the final. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Candice. Great job, Casper. So he reckons he might better clinch it in the next one. We'll try and bring confirmation of that.
Yeah, that was interesting. I wonder if
he's
that
fairly
is true.
confident in his call. I reckon he's crunched the numbers. Doesn't seem like the kind of guy who throws loose claims out like that. Meanwhile, we've got a 2nd semi-final on our hands. Let's check out the lineup. Danny Ching flying the stars and bars of the USA against Connor Baxter out of Hawaii. That's how it's going to line up. Who is going to take on Casper Steinfath, the Dane, in the final of the sprints of the Paris Sup Open. We'll get these two on the start-finish line. Danny Ching and Connor Baxter, 2 of the outstanding names of the sport here in Paris, putting on epic performances in the pool. And it's all coming towards the pointy end of things down here. Got our women's final decided, the world 1 and 2 in that race. Connor Baxter looking pretty relaxed. But at the same time, we heard in that last interview, he doesn't leave much down to chance, does his preparation is absolutely nailed.
Absolutely. This matchup is going to be cool too. This is going to be the first time we've seen a 12-6 face off against another 12-6. So both Danny and Connor reaching the semis on a 12-6, as well as Casper. So this, I believe, will be the first time we've seen on tour 2 12-6s reaching the final in the sprint race. So that definitely opens up the door for all the athletes to take notice. And now it's just going to be a big pain in the butt for board companies like myself to get 2 boards for everybody down at the next event. Thanks a lot, guys.
It's interesting, isn't it? Once the equipment comes down, it generally, that kind of domino effect spreads, that ripple effect spreads pretty quick, and everyone's like, right, okay, I see how this is going to go down. So, interesting times. That smaller equipment, more nimble on those tight turns. Certainly, we've seen that today. We've been talking about the turns all day. We're under starters orders here, getting ready to start. You're looking at Connor Baxter in the yellow, staying in position and waiting to go. We're about to get underway. Second semi-final, Ching versus Baxter. All right, we're underway here. Good start from Ching. Looked like he opened up the stronger of the two. Crowd enjoying a bit of David Bowie. And these two not really thinking about the tunes at the moment, thinking about one thing, a spot in the final and a chance to upset Casper Steinfast Party. Wow, crossover there, not much in it, Dave.
Looked pretty close to me. If anything, Connor maybe slightly ahead, but very hard to tell. I'm not going to make that call. Connor looks a little quicker around that on his heel side. Danny going on his toe side, so let's see how they end up on the split screen. Looks like Connor has the jump on him for now, but Danny's going to go to his heel side now. Let's see if he can make some ground. Danny's been nailing these buoy turns all morning long. There he goes. Gets a little hung up ever so slightly right there. A little slower to ramp up the speed. Connor looks like he's flying. Connor's going to take this one quite easily. So Connor Baxter. Dang, Connor versus Casper. Could be pretty insane, but Danny, it's almost like, I don't see the fire in him, and almost like he succumbed to it, but yeah, see, he knows it already. I think he's kind of surrendered to Connor, but Danny, great showing from him. Oh, little fun, playful spanking from Connor. That was a fun one to watch. Good friends, Danny and Connor. And Danny still showing that old guy's rule.
Real impressive from Connor Baxter, though. Just turned an extra gear there, didn't he? And got himself way out in front in that one. He's got a date with Casper Steinfath. So let's just reiterate the thought that Casper put out in that interview with Candice. If he wins the sprints, he's the world champion overall for 2019. So that man can have a say. He can send the world title race to Sunday, Dimanche. He can send it to the River Seine and the endurance races if he gets the win in that final. That's coming up shortly. Meanwhile, we will have the consolation final from the women. That's what's coming up next. We're going to decide third and fourth place between Shea Foudy and Suzette Molinero. They're going to be coming up next. The women's consolation final live from Paris. It's the Paris Sup Open, rounding out a tour, taking in some of the beautiful cities of the world. We're here in one of the very finest of them all, Paris, France. And we're crowning world champions over the course of this weekend. We could potentially crown one very soon in the form of Casper Steinfath. Meanwhile, we're going to hear from the man who's got a date with Casper in the final. Connor Baxter is standing by with Candice.
I'm down here with Connor Baxter. Connor, you are on into the final. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. It's a first or a second now, and goal is top 3, so I can go into it a little easy. I think Casper might be sliding into the finals even easier. I think a big weight is off his shoulders, so we're just going to go out there, have some fun, hopefully bring some excitement for everybody behind the camera.
Awesome, and I just learned that if Casper was to win the sprint, he wins the world title. Now, obviously, you're going to try to win this heat. How does that make you feel? You guys are friends and competitors.
That's a hard one. I mean, if anyone deserves a title more than Casper, it's hard to say. I don't want to let him have it because he wants to win it, just like I would. I wouldn't want him to give it to me, so I'm going to go out there, give it my best. He is a fast battler, and I'm going to go show him my best I can.
All right, well, I'm sure you're going to do great. We'll be cheering you on. Thanks, Connor. Well done. Back to you in the booth.
Thanks, Candice. Can't wait for that final. What a matchup that's going to be. Expect fireworks down here from the pool in Paris. Meanwhile, let's reacquaint ourselves with some familiar faces in the form of Shea Fowdy, who will be relinquishing the world title silverware that she won last year, handing it over to potentially Seychelle Webster or April Zilg, and she's in a consolation final at the moment, taking on the Spaniard Suzak Molinero. So this is essentially to decide third and fourth, which generally isn't a heat many people really want to be a part of, because you just got so close, couldn't quite get there, but nevertheless, they're straight back on the water.
Yeah, I think the consolation finals are always one. It's almost, harder to stay focused because you're a little disappointed you're not in the final, but these points are so important for the overall title of this event. So you do have to approach it very seriously. You want to win this heat, just if it comes down to the overall and having a shot at winning the overall title, because the tiebreaker goes to the sprint as well. So this result actually is very important, as far as points, rankings, hitting the podium, and as well prize money. So, yeah, they're going to be getting after it for sure.
Alrighty, crowds lining the pool, beady eyes focused on our athletes out in the water. Shea Fowdy out of New York, across the pond in Paris, trying to nail herself a third place finish. Worst thing should possibly happen to her, she'll finish fourth in terms of the sprints. Another big day of competition coming at you tomorrow. Make sure you join us for it. appworldtour.com, coming at you live broadcasting from Paris, France. Sprint days are reaching a conclusion. Just 4 heats left to go. We've got 2 consolation finals and the finals proper. Under starters orders, we're ready to go here.
Yep, and we got a great matchup here as they got the racers ready, up and riding. So it looks like both off to a good start. If I had to give, I would probably give Suzak the edge in the straightaway. She's looked a little bit faster and in tune than Shea, but Shea has been really good on her buoy turns, especially Suzak with that dugout style board. A little more difficult. Looks like Shea might have got the jump on her after the first buoy turn. We'll see at the split screen. She does cross the midway point first. Let's see if she can hang on, but Suzak, her cadence looking a little faster in the straights.
All right, stomping that tail, swinging around the buoy. As we will see the Spaniard just kind of leap up the board, get into that position for the straight. Trying to come back at Shea Fowdy, has opened up pretty healthy lead there. Almost a couple of board lengths in it. So at the moment, for third place, it looks like it's going Shea Fowdy's way. Still a couple of turns left to go in this though. And they'll be feeling basically a lot of sprinting done today already in the muscles. Bit of fatigue setting in. As they're going to do their last turn of the day shortly. So she's come back there, Suzak, she's come back at Shea. And Shea possibly feeling a bit of that fatigue. Let's see if she can bring this one home. Nice turn from her. She's away clean. All she's really got to do is get the head down towards the line here, and it's going to be reasonably comfortable, we think. She'll bring this one home. It's going to be third place to the American Shea Fowdy, 2018 world champ. Fourth place goes to the Spaniard Suzak Molinero. And a great day from these two. Finishes off with the American. Third place overall. Fourth goes to the Spaniard. And that's our consolation final all wrapped up.
Yeah, and Suzak, unfortunately for her, she couldn't take advantage of her catching up on the straightaway with the last buoy turn. Shea definitely looked like she's running out of gas towards the latter end of these sprint heats. Not fully up to the conditions she would like to be, but what a great showing from our current world champion, Shea Fowdy, taking out this consolation final. And we'll see both these girls in the distance tomorrow.
All right, so just that tension just kind of building in the background. Consolation final goes down, and we're getting ever closer to finals time.
Hey, I was gonna remind her to. I turned this off. I was gonna remind her to bring her paddle in the.
All right, so we're very shortly going to go down and hear from Shea Fowdy. She makes her way back onto terra firma from the swimming pool. She's down with Candice. And the men's consolation finals going to get all set up, ready to go. Obviously, it's going to see Claudio Nika take on Danny Ching. Let's hear from Candice. She's standing by with Shea Fowdy.
All right, we have Shea Fowdy, the winner of that consolation final. Shea, welcome back. You're back on the podium, third place in the sprints. How does that feel?
Feels super good. I'm really happy because this whole year I've been out due to injury. And really, my last big race was this race last year, and I won first overall for that. So with about a month of training up to this race, I'm pretty stoked with my performance, and I feel good. So I'm excited for tomorrow's race.
Wonderful. And how's your body feeling? I know you had an abdominal injury. Do you still feel any of that strain while you're paddling today? Are you feeling pretty good?
Yeah, I tore my abdomen, and today I feel great. I don't feel any pain today, so that in itself is a win.
All right, well, congratulations and good luck to tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Candice. Great job. Shea Fowdy running the Infinity gear there, mate.
Yeah,
Pretty good gear, I hear.
You know that, and that's a new paddle for next year right there. That's a little
stop
sneak
it.
peek of the
Oh.
2020 paddle blade right there. But yeah,
Get it?
Shea, super proud of her. Like you heard her, you know, her first real race was a year ago at this race, and for her to come back after injury and have just that basic, you know, time to train and get up here and finish third, I mean, that's an accomplishment, and you can see she's stoked.
Alrighty, consolation final for the men. Gonna see USA take on Italia. Claudio Nika, Danny Ching. So two very fit men are gonna put one last effort on the pool here. Down at the Paris Exposition Centre, the Salon Nautique. As we are close to wrapping up Sprint Day Saturday in Paris. Claudia Nika there. He'll be up for this clash. Getting paid very high regards from Casper Steinfath. And he reckons he's one of the fastest sprinters in the world. No faint praise that.
Oh, the tension, it's very serious down there for the final between world rank number 1 and number 2. I think that's what you would call frenemies, right? Friends on land, enemies in the water. Those girls are classic.
Seychelles, all smiles, but realistically, just looking into the near distance and thinking about a big, big final coming up against her adversary, April Zug. Let's switch focus back to the men's consolation, representing Italy. It's Claudio Nika. He's in the reds. And he'll be going up against Danny Ching. Looks like we're pretty ready in the seated position for the start. Let's see who can get a third place spot. Nika real good out of the blocks, so to speak. And we're underway here. And there he goes. And again, also a great start from Ching. As he'll go into this first turn, heel side from him. Gets through pretty clean.
Yeah, and Danny looked like he fired out of that start. Claudio, I want to say he switched boards with Connor and went 12-6 in this round as well. So last minute equipment change. He looks like he's on Connor's board. So Claudio Going from the 14 to 12-6 for this consolation final. Still a little shaky on that toe side. Danny looking solid. Danny's been on that 12-6 throughout the event. Looks like he's just ahead. You saw the split screen right there. Claudio choking down to get a little extra power. You can see Danny's looking solid again. Claudio, a little bobble as you see as we go right back to him. But he's choked down. Get that strong stroke. He's really going after it. It's going to be close, and Danny takes that consolation. So congratulations, Danny Ching. Third place overall, Paris Sprints.
Danny Ching bringing it home. Third place for the American. It's going to wrap up all but one of our heats for the men. And we're about to see the very last heats for our women on sprint day. The world number 1 and 2. The clash you would have hoped for, looking at the form guide on paper coming into this one. Let's just remind ourselves of how this last one went down. Ching, strong start, stay ahead, don't look back.
I love that start shot. Danny just got up so fast, probably the fastest start he's had today, and just blasted off that starting line. Nails his first buoy turn. And takes it by a pretty good margin. Claudio, little hung up on the buoy turns. Like we pointed out, it was his first time riding that 12-6 today, so maybe had to adjust to the quickness versus his 14-foot board. And I like the choice, though. I like him making that choice to get the 12-6. And when it comes down to it, you got to go for it. You got to take some risks sometimes. So congratulations to Claudio as well. Great showing by him.
Getting very close to our women's final right now. Not long to go before we get a sprint champion for men and women, possibly a men's overall world champ as well, and the former Casper Steinfath. In the meantime, we're going to have a quick word from Danny Ching. Let's hear from him. He's down with Candice.
All right, down here with Danny Ching, winner of the Consolation Final. Danny, you're in a podium position with third place in the sprints. Congratulations. How are you enjoying this race this year in Paris so far?
You know what, I came last year and I didn't know what to expect, and I know for a lot of us it caught us off guard, but once we got rolling it was super fun. So spent a little time preparing this year and took a look at it, and it's, you know, the boys are fast, they got great turns and great spectators around here. Paris is treating us to a little fun racing and really enjoying it.
Awesome, and we all know that you're a great distance paddler, so it probably feels really good going into the distance race tomorrow with a third for the overall. How are you feeling about tomorrow's paddle on the Seine?
I was hoping to do a little better today. You know, third's really good, but I know the point spread on first and second's a lot bigger. It's going to give me a little room for tomorrow, but I'm pretty satisfied with third. Racing these guys, by the time we get to the quarterfinals, it's who did I draw? Oh no. And then you look around, you're like, it was going to be bad anyway. So I'm excited for tomorrow. It's going to be a little more work than I was hoping for, but I put myself in a position to have a chance, and I'm happy for that.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your podium finish, and we'll look forward to watching you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Cool. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Candice. Great job, Danny Ching. Let's turn attentions to the women's final. World title on the line here in this final.
World title on the line. Ooh. So what is the spread? If Seychelles wins this final, she gets the title. Do we know that? What if she gets second? We don't know.
I think pretty sure of confirmation she's going to take it out.
So you're saying first or second, Seychelles wins the world title. So unofficially she has won the world title, but it has not been announced. I wonder if she knows that yet.
All right, well, let's see how these two strong competitive desires play out as they go head-to-head in the most important heat of the day. It's the women's final. It's the two outstanding performers in the world. Let's have a look at it. Two Americans, Seychelles Webster, April Zilg. They've been dominating proceedings throughout the day. Who's going to take glory here in Paris and lift the trophy? We are a few short moments away. They're on the start line. Seychelles Webster there, looking pretty composed. All right, up to her feet. We're underway here. The women's final, Webster against Zilg. And as you see, Zilg there in yellow going away from our camera position into that first turn on the heel side. She'll swing the ship around. The heel side turn also from Seychelles Webster. Look at the speed she generates out of that turn as they'll meet at the halfway point. Very hard to see. Looked a little bit more smooth from Seychelles there. April just digging in a bit more. And this one, a slower turn from her. She gets out of it. Let's see where they cross over at the halfway point here. See if we can get a good angle on this. And it's real
Wow, that's
close.
as close as it's going to be right there. 1 and 2 in the world battling it out here in the final buoy turns of the sprint races. It's all come down to this. Sprint finals. Let's see who can take this thing out. Seychelles in red, April Zilg in yellow.
Oh, it's so close.
Look how close that is. I can't even call that. Let's see what happens. It's going to be one more buoy turn.
One more turn. It's all going to come down to the wire here. They both need clean turns, obviously. Here it is. We're watching Webster. She'll negotiate that turn. It's slightly awkward.
Oh, it's so close.
As we come down to the line here, looks like Webster with the advantage. And she'll just dig in here. She's going to get it done. And she brings it home.
Seychelles, congrats. That was an incredible race. Seychelles is feeling it. And we're getting rumors that with that win, Seychelles is your 2020 world champion. And there she goes. She just heard. Congratulations, Seychelles.
She's just finding out she's a world champion. And elation on the face of Seychelles Webster as she'll just soak it all in and enjoy her applause. She can't believe it. Yep, the whole thing, you've won it.
Look at that. Seychelles, your 2019 world champion. With that win, what a better way to cap it off. With a win, solidifying before we go into the distance race tomorrow. It's all done. She is the world champion. Congratulations, Seychelles.
Emotional scenes in the French capital for the American Seychelles Webster. She's the champion of the sprints. She's the champion of the world, the APP World Tour. She has taken the overall title and wastes very little time in going over to congratulate a very worthy adversary in the form of April Zilg. Nice moment that. Two outstanding athletes at the top of their game and a very, very worthy world champion, Seychelles Webster.
Oh, now turn it up. The music's up. Seychelles feeling it. Look at her. She's just losing her mind. Seychelles has been after this title for quite some time. And she finally wrapped it up here on day one in the final event of the year. As we see the replay, Seychelles got it done. This was probably the closest heat of the women's all day long. And fittingly so, it comes down in the final. Title in the wings. And it came down to that last buoy turn. And to be honest, both girls kind of struggled on the last buoy turn. But Seychelles, right there you see, just edging out April Zilg, clinching the world title. Congratulations, Seychelles, 2019 APP World Champion. April Zilg, second in the world, though. She's got to be stoked.
Seychelles Webster absolutely stoked. And how about that moment when she finds out that not only she's champion of the event, she's champion of the world. Well, let's hear from her. Your freshest world champ, probably in any sport right now. She's only been world champ for a few seconds. Let's see if we can get a word from her. Candice Appleby is standing by to chat to her. And let's get a debrief on that final and on life in general from the brand new APP World Tour World Champion Seychelles Webster. Take it away, Candice.
All right, I am down here with the new world champion. Oh my goodness, Seychelles, you've had quite a year. You've had some incredible results. Can you just take us through like what this year was like for you, your preparation, and how you feel winning a world title?
I am so overwhelmed because I didn't realize I would get it today if I won the sprints. So I'm very emotional and very like almost unprepared for this moment, but it feels incredible. And to answer your question of how it was for me this year, it was started off as a very challenging year. I had an injury and actually what I did this year more than anything else, or what I did this year is not more, I did less this year. And so I think sometimes as an athlete, we push so hard and we try so hard, and you know this as well, that actually when you kind of take a step back and realize, you know, just to relax and just to do what your body allows you to do, and be in the moment, and it's just, I don't know, this year was a year of less is more. So
wonderful. Well, now we get to call you champ. So we'll be calling you champ for the next year. And do you have anybody at home? I'm sure you have people at home watching and cheering for you. Do you have anybody at home you want to say hi, give a shout out?
Oh, everyone watching at home, thank you so much. Definitely my mom and my husband, and well, my dad too. I mean, my whole family's watching. But but also to everyone watching and all my sponsors. I just couldn't do it without any of you guys. So thank you so much. And I will definitely be celebrating and have more to say tomorrow. I'll be better prepared. And
one last question. Can I get the first selfie with the new world champ? All right. You're welcome. Congrats. All right, back to you guys.
All right, great job, Candice. Nicely done, Seychelles. Brand new world champ. Very much deserved. Speaking of world title silverware, some could be coming the way of this man. It's the young Dane, Casper Steinfath. He's out in the water, taken on for a final. Connor Baxter. This promises to be a smoker of a final in the men. Denmark taking on Hawaii. And Casper Steinfath can also become the overall world champ. So how about that in the space of what, 5 or 7 minutes or so? We could have two brand new world champs crowned.
That happened quick. So in a quick turn of events, world champion in the women's side just wrapped up just like that. The men's is still open though, correct, for the overall. So we got Casper, the overall sprint champion, but not the world title yet, right?
If he wins this, he wins the whole thing.
If he wins this.
If he wins
okay.
this, he wins the whole thing.
Ooh, so there's stakes in here. We got stakes happening here.
So we're just getting ready for the men's final here to wrap things up. Saturday in Paris, sprint day in the French capital. It's been an epic day of competition so far. Just comes down to the last heat. And Casper Steinfath, outstanding. Connor Baxter as well, has been great all day. Going to put you on the spot here, man. Who do you like out of these two?
It's tough to call here. They're both on 12.6s. They're both really fast.
I'm going to have to push. I will need a name.
If I had to choose, it's hard to beat Casper, right? Casper's the fastest guy on these things. He kind of sets the standard in the sprint race. Obviously, Connor, I mean, you made me pick. I can't pick, but I'm going with Casper.
Either way, it's going to be an epic final. Let's just remind you, if Steinfath takes out the win here, he will be the overall world champ. Not just for sprints, the whole thing for the year. The ultimate prize in paddling. This is our final event of the year. Still got another day tomorrow. Endurance out on the River Seine. About a mile away from here. It's going to be a little bit chillier down there on the river, but it's going to be a great day of competition. Make sure you join us for that as well. Basically only the halfway point of proceedings, but silverware up for grabs right now. It's all going to go down the next couple of minutes as we are going to get these athletes on the start line and get ready to dispute our final of the sprints. We're in the pool at the Salon Nautique in France. It is the APP World Tours Paris Open for 2019. Returning to the French capital, and it's certainly not disappointed thus far. Neither have either of these two athletes. Connor Baxter in yellow out of Hawaii, taking on the Danish Kasper Steinfath. Just going to let that tension build down there on the start line. These two so experienced. It's all about one last effort, one huge effort. Some big noise from the crowd as well, encouraging them on. Super cool to see that.
The boys getting fired up. Anthony Vela right there, you can see at the top of the screen, warming up the crowd for this final. Interesting to see Kasper so close to the rail on his side. Obviously he's going to jump up and start on his left side being a goofy footer, but still real close. So Kasper, if he wins this final, indeed is your 2019 APP World Champion. So let's see how this unfolds. They're off. Kasper Steinfath in red, out of the gates, nice and fast. 12.6 versus 12.6.
Just blistering speed for the Dane to open up with. Again, Connor Baxter as well. Absolutely hammering here. This speed is just incredible. The cadence is off the scale. Looks like the Dane with the advantage there. Real hard to tell. I mean, you blink and you miss it as those two cross over.
Wow.
A little bit of flamboyance in that turn there. Connor Baxter as he swings it around halfway stage here. Let's see as they cross. Oh, not much.
Another close one, brother.
A little margin maybe for Kasper. So penultimate turn here. Connor Baxter possibly with a little bit of ground to catch up. Let's see them kind of merge from the turn pretty neck and neck. They're going to cross over here for the last time before the finish.
Wow, that's a tie.
So close.
That is straight up tie right there.
Last turn here, who's going to take it out? World title up for grabs. If this man here in red wins this race, he also wins the overall world title today.
Looks like Connor's got the jump on him.
Tomorrow looks like Connor has overtaken him here. Can he bring it home? And he does. And what happened? What happened to Kasper?
Well, you know what happened? I snuck a peek and turned behind us, and Kasper got a little hung up on that last buoy, where it almost like, I don't know, he took a 1 or 2 strokes off. Like it almost looked like, I don't know what happened. You know, maybe he got out of breath real quick and kind of got hung up. So 2 strokes, you see Connor finish that far ahead of him.
Well, congratulations to Connor Baxter, that man there. He is your sprint champion of the Paris Open 2019. So the Hawaiian with a massive victory over an outstanding athlete in the form of Kasper Steinfath. And a great moment in the middle. Great sportsmanship in there. These two, look how much effort they put into that. Kasper Steinfath is out there on his board. But the good news from the fan point of view means the world title is going to go to tomorrow. So some drama for a Sunday in Paris, last day of the season.
Yep, so as we see the replay here, Anthony Vela, I just heard him announce over the loudspeaker that if Kasper would have won, like we were saying, would have wrapped up the world title. Since him getting second place, Arthur Arukin, the current world champion, needs to win the race tomorrow to retain his world title. So Arthur Arukin's still in the hunt for back-to-back world titles, as you see how close this race was.
It's this one here.
Yeah, see, he kind of got
spent,
hung up.
didn't he? He looked spent there as well.
Yeah, it just looked like he honestly just ran out of gas going in that turn.
because he lost some speed in the turn. He didn't have enough in the tank to kind of build
Yeah.
it up again, and he looked up and he knew it had slipped away at that moment. Wow, what an exciting final. I tell you what, we did not see that coming. Casper's looked basically bulletproof all day, and it just goes to show you're coming up to a real elite athletes, fine margins of error, and, well, what a cool final to see go down. Connor Baxter, great job.
Yeah, that was insane to watch. And, who knows, sometimes guys let loose a little too hard in the semi because you just want to make that final. And it looked like Casper just ran out of just that much less of gas on that final turn. Connor looking strong all the way through. But, hey, congrats to Connor Baxter. Casper's got to be stoked. He's already wrapped up the sprint title. But this brings us into more drama tomorrow. I'd rather have that anyway for everybody out there watching. So the world title for the men's goes into day 2. Arthur Rukin, current world champion, has a chance to go back-to-back.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd also think that also is going to depend on where Casper finishes as well. If he gets a strong finish, let's say he goes close.
Yes,
he's
correct.
He's going to need to finish pretty far back as well, isn't he?
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting because Arthur definitely known for his distance. Casper obviously has been kind of taking distance off. So Arthur's been really consistent in that top 3. Casper's kind of been more middle of the pack in the distance races. Obviously Red Bull, much different format where he was able to win. But this more long, grindy, no waves, you're going to be looking for Michael Booth, Arthur Rukin, Danny Ching, those guys. So just that 3, it's going to be hard for Casper to get into the top 3 unless he has a really incredible race. So Arthur's going to be in mix for the podium. So I can't wait to watch this all unfold tomorrow.
All right, it's going to be a great day of competition from the APP World Tour out on the River Seine, the iconic location of Paris, France. And what a day of racing we've got left tomorrow. Let's wrap things up for the sprints. And that man on your screen there is your brand new event champion. An incredible final performance from him. We knew he was going to have to bring his absolute best, and he in no way disappointed. Smashed out a victory in the event. He's standing by with Candice. Let's hear from him. Connor Baxter.
All right, we're down here with the winner of the men's sprint final, Connor Baxter. What a great performance. You are just in Connor Baxter form right now, looking great. How are you feeling about that final win and about how that puts you in position? Distance race.
I like how you said that, Connor Baxter form. This year's been a tough one. Some hard losses, some great wins, and this just means the sport is that much serious. The level has gone up so much every year. I've been doing this for 11 years now, and to have a win against anybody here in this field means a lot. To win against that guy, Casper the Viking, means a lot. He has more victories in the sprint races than anybody combined, so to take it out from him was hard, knowing that he could have won the title here, and he deserves it, like I said before. But really stoked, really excited for tomorrow. Can go have some fun. Pressure was on the pool for me today, and the Seine is all about fun, getting to paddle with 1,000 other people. Eiffel Tower, Notre Dame, it's a bucket list race, so really excited, can't wait.
Awesome, well, we're so happy for you, Connor. And Connor, this is possibly your last race before being a father. Next year you're going to be here with your son, Trestle, right? Is that exciting for you?
Yeah, this is, it's funny, like our first trip, Anae and I was here 7 years ago, and now this is our last trip together, just the 2 of us. It's going to be a whole new road, but an exciting one. I'm really happy for that. We're going to bring him along as many trips as we can, and Trestle Boy is going to be, right in the thick of it.
Awesome. Well, we're so happy for you, Connor. Good luck tomorrow. Thanks, you guys. It's been awesome being down here doing interviews. I'm looking forward to following the men and women tomorrow on the boat during the race. It's going to be cold and windy and exciting. I'll be right there in all the action. I'm going to hand it back to you guys in the booth to close us out for the day.
Thanks, Candice. Awesome job, Connor Baxter. Worthy champion, the sprint here in Paris. All smiles. And he's wrapped up a momentous day of competition with an absolute smoker of a performance in that final. Let's cast our mind forward to tomorrow. Endurance on the river, totally different kind of ball game. You mentioned it earlier, just that kind of grindy stamina, endurance, gritting your teeth.
Yeah, for sure. Just like today, you're going to have your favorites. Tomorrow in the distance race, there's new favorites. You got to look out for Michael Booth. You got to look out for Danny Ching. You got to look out for Arthur Rukin. So, the points all accumulate. So everyone's trying to get their best result here to bring it into to tomorrow. So Connor, Connor could win tomorrow as well. So he's got to be stoked with the win already behind him, and that's going to give him a little more motivation, I think, to try to take it out tomorrow even.
Well, we've got a brand new Women's World Champ for 2019. Seychelle Webster has been crowned that in the pool here on Sprint Day tomorrow. Men's World title is going to go down to the endurance race on the iconic River Seine in the heart of Paris, France tomorrow, the French capital. Join us, APP World Tour. It's an early start tomorrow morning. Set your alarm clocks and tune in for an epic day of competition on the river. Thanks for joining us online today. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Au revoir.